You will get your answer. It's actually so much easier than you think. Okay, we have Deborah on the line from Arizona. Hi, Deborah. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
I think we all are.
Yes. It's so funny. I was speaking with someone yesterday, the day before yesterday, and they were going on about their business and everything was really great. And then I spoke to their spouse today and they said they changed their mind. They're doing something completely different. What? That is it was just like, okay, the world at large is changing.
Yes, it is.
So,
it is. I've heard so much about ancestry curses, bad luck.
mm-hmm.
Me and my sister seem to have it. We have no luck at all. And we don't know how to change this.
Okay. There are some simple things you can do with different ceremonies, different rituals that can transmute energy. But the first one I would suggest, believe it or not, is you and your sister start focusing on, no matter what our luck was before, it is now getting better. And the reason for that is you don't focus your attention on what was, and you don't focus your attention on the thing that you don't want, because energy expands. And even if there is a familial curse, which would go back about 7 generations, roughly, from what I'm sensing here, it doesn't matter. And what I mean by that is the whole thing about curses, yes, they have power, and yes, they have an energy. However, you as an individual also have power, also have energy. If you stand in that power, if you stand in that energy, you start to diminish whatever taboo was around you or a family member way back in generations. And again, there are things that you can do. So for instance, I'm going to go kind of full circle here. Part of this is changing mindset. Part of it is shifting energetically. Part of it is actually changing physical synapses in the brain so that they don't align with the idea of being connected to something unwanted or negative. The other part, there's a lot of parts, is your understanding of what a curse is. Tell me what really and truly what your feeling is in respect to that, because you've mentioned that you and your sister neither have good luck. However, what does that actually look like? Say that again, hon?
And it seems like everybody else around us does.
Okay, but can you make more clear as far as that goes?
As far as, so if it weren't for bad luck, we'd have no luck at all type thing, like the job promotions or the financial situations. Things like that.
If you hold on to that, it continues to happen. So there's something called a treatment, which oftentimes people that are ministers use, and priestesses from different religions. And this is not about religion per se, it's more about how do we transmute what's going on with you. So remember what I mentioned before as far as the idea of whatever luck was is in the past, and you're open and allowing better luck to come, number one. Number two, if you have a front yard, get yourself some fresh tobacco leaves, and as close to the front door as you can plant some fresh tobacco leaves. And as you plant them, you and your sister both in your residences, plant them with the focus and intention that you are returning to the earth what isn't yours. And it should be renewed. It should be transmuted, because tobacco is in alignment. It's funny because people smoke and you hear about all these bad things, but tobacco in and of itself is very sacred. It's a sacred plant. So you want to plant tobacco. You want to use the statement we were talking about. And you want to be really mindful from now on about not saying if we had no luck, we'd have, if we didn't have bad luck, we'd have no luck at all. Get rid of the vocabulary, truly.
Okay.
And then both of you Pick something simple that you know that you could do so that you could say you have good luck. So for instance, have you ever cooked a meal and had it turn out well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you ever gotten a gift for somebody and they liked it?
Yes.
Okay. See where I'm going with this?
Mm-hmm.
Focus on little things that you know that you do well or can do well or will be received well. That's also a part of luck. Because if your attention, and this is where the synapses in the brain starts to change, which is very cool. The synapses in the brain can extinguish. For instance, you hear about people with Alzheimer's where the mind starts to change because they no longer have connections. By the same right, connections can be created and even recreated or expanded upon. If those connections up here are always widening pathways to allow in the thought and the feelings, and that's really important, the feelings that are connected with bad luck, then you will continue to grow those thoughts and those feelings, even if you see the contrary, even if you're seeing good things around you. Follow me?
Yes.
Okay. It's not going to be easy where you all of a sudden tomorrow wake up and go, hey, we've got good luck from here on out.
Right.
It takes practice. But what you may want to do is write a little sticky note or put something somewhere that you will see it every day that reminds you from now on, any luck that was not to your liking. You don't even have to say bad luck. Any luck that was not to your liking, you're letting it go. It's already happened.
Okay.
It's not in this moment. It's done. And you're open to having good luck from this moment forth. And again, focus on those little things that you know to be true. The tobacco, when you're planting it, if for whatever reason you can't put it in the ground itself, take a plant pot and put it as close to the front door with a pretty plant. Red is best if you can, if not pink. And put the tobacco on the plant.
Okay.
When you're doing that, really focus again on the idea that you are equilibrating the energy in the earth that surrounds you, and that anything that you don't need, you are releasing. Now, the other thing, to get back to what I started with about treatment is really nothing more than the idea of allowing someone to help you achieve your goal. So if you are open to me helping you with that, all I need you to do is say, I'm giving Hallie permission.
I'm giving you permission.
Okay. That said, from this moment forth, the universe is going to treat anything that is not of your liking from past familial ties. Anything that has not brought you joy is now going to be left in the past. The universe is now open to delivering to you exactly what you want, along with pleasant surprises for both you and your sister, if she's in agreement.
Yes, she is.
Okay, just take a breath. I know that the universe works to conspire to assist, but really practice from here on out the whole idea of that statement that is not of benefit. And as soon as you can, get those tobacco leaves in the ground. All right, my friend?
Okay. Sure will.
And thank you so much for calling.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. I believe we have John from Australia on the line. Yes?
Hello, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Hello. Good, thank you. Yourself?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I'm good, thank you. Yourself?
I'm good. Just need you to speak up a little because for some reason on the air, it doesn't always come through as well as I would like. Did you have a specific question you wanted to address, John, or did you want me to just share whatever comes forth?
Just share whatever comes forward, please. I don't really have any questions at the moment. I'm that confused.
Okay. So it's really funny because as far as I can sense, you're not living on a boat. And yet I keep getting the feeling of, pardon?
Pardon? No, I'm not living on a boat.
Okay.
Quite ironic, you said that though.
As far as, like I said, I could tell you're not. And yet there's this feeling of a boat or boats around you. So if you've not recently made some sort of agreement to take a trip on a boat, and again, doesn't feel like that's the case, I do get the sense of some sort of connection to a boat or boats or boating. That might be a better way to phrase it, coming up for you in the near future. For me, near future is usually 30 days to, we'll say, 90 days. But it feels like it's relatively soon. Do not be surprised if, let's say, a friend says, I'm sorry, go on.
A mate beside me, he owns a boat and he works on boats. We're just talking about the boat. How ironic is that? How cool.
Okay, say that one more time. I'm so sorry.
You're right. I think the reading might be coming through from my mate beside me. He works on boats.
Gotcha. Okay. Then your mate might have a very pleasant surprise for you or something connected again to the boating, to boats. Just kind of keep it in the back of your head. I feel like when it pops up, you'll go, oh, okay. But it's a nice feeling. It's not anything that you have to be concerned about. I just get something lovely and again, connected to boats around you. And it's just funny to feel like you're connected to boats, not on a boat and not having a boat. It's kind of funny. But it's
I love the water thing.
Yeah. Anything having to do with the water, it definitely makes you happy. And it's funny, even with that, because I feel like you were that way even when you were a baby. It feels to me as if I get an image in my mind's eye of a little kid going like this with their hands in the water just to splash and to play. So it feels as if there's been that affinity to water ever since you were very little. With that, I will say that anytime you find that you're having a stressful situation, if you have the opportunity to float in a tub or literally go take a shower, even if you just took a shower but you're feeling stressed, go take a shower. Think of the water as like a beautiful stream that is just clearing away anything that you don't need. The alternative to that, believe it or not, would be get a misting bottle that sprays and put some water in it and literally spray yourself with some water when you're feeling stressed. You'll find that all of a sudden you're like, oh, I feel just fine. Because again, there's that affinity to water. Okay, easy enough to do. Now, what comes up here too is things with work and changing. And I kind of feel as if you could be writing, as in you could be writing and sharing, not just writing for you as a journal, but writing content that could be shared for and with other people. Have you given any thought to that?
No, not in writing, more in a photography form. Picture tells 1,000 words.
Say that one more time, hun, if you can, a little louder.
A picture tells 1,000 words. So more like doing it in photography way, or what do you call it, visual, instead of writing.
Okay. I just know that what I'm sensing here is there's not identical to the water, but in likeness, that this is of something of a value that you would enjoy in conjunction with taking photos, taking pictures. You may want to give some thoughts to actually naming your pictures, giving words to them, because again, it feels as if there is some sort of connection with writing. And to me, it's creative. It is not just a matter of, oh, if I sing, it's creative, or if I throw pottery, it's creative. Writing is a very creative process. Photography is a very creative process. It's just there's a connection there for you. And I feel as if you could create or birth something into existence that you may have not thought about before. I will simply say, be open to that.
I just started my, what do you call it, Facebook professional too as a creator. Just started this morning.
You just started this morning?
Yes, my very first blog on a photo, yeah.
Okay, beautiful. So you need to know that you are on track. And so the blog obviously has to do with expression, has to do with writing. You can add your pictures. I mean, know that you're on track because again, there's a connection here that I was sensing, and this can go as big as you'd like it to go. what I would suggest is, again, any photos that you put on your blog or that you share, name them. Actually create, if you will, an interaction with your audience who's reading your blog.
Yeah.
You'll find that it starts to grow and grow. The other part of this is be sure to make note of it, not just through the blog source, but also through Facebook, through what other social media that you might have. Put snippets. You know what I mean by a snippet? I know that's kind of an American term.
Yeah.
Okay. So you put just a little bit of information and a link to your blog. Again, I just feel like this would grow, and I'm going to take it a little further. If you're open to it, think subscription, not immediately. Do it for about 6 months, and then give some thought to creating extended information for your audience that you can have a subscription and they can actually pay you. Because again, just that's a good thing. There's that. And one more thing, if I may. Be aware of your eyes. Keep up with eye checkups. I just get a little sensitivity. I feel like sun. Some people are very sensitive to the sun. I don't feel like they're always sensitive, but I'm getting something going on here. Make sure you keep up with your eye checkups. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, my friend. Did you have a particular question you wanted to ask beyond what we shared?
I'm basically not all, but thank you for that part about keep going with my creative.
You're very welcome.
Storytelling, the pictures and stories, yes.
I love it.
And
I do.
Letting me know that I'm on the right path.
My pleasure. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And you know what? If you get a chance, drop me a couple of lines or drop me a link to your blog. You're more than welcome to send me a note right on Facebook or through LinkedIn.
Most definitely. I'll make sure you're number one.
Okay, awesome. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. You know, it's interesting, this work that I do, and it's funny because I call it work, but it doesn't feel like work. I love the opportunity of interacting with people and being able to give them information that has value, that is helpful to them. It makes my heart happy because I often hear so many people that say, oh, I have to go to work. It's terrible. If you really think about it, I actually know a couple of CEOs that are were very, very well off, who decided to just throw in the towel. They said they don't want to do it anymore. They don't want to work so hard anymore. They weren't spending time with their families. They weren't taking vacations. They had a lot of money, nice house, and nice things, though there wasn't the time to enjoy it. Now, with technology being what it is and AI, things will get easier in a lot of different industries. Actually, all industry, if it's applied properly. But I don't even want to go into that because it's that idea of we can have something really wonderful in our hands, and what we do with it is how we see it as an end result. But I will simply say that given the opportunity to work with these technologies that are evolving, including the AI, life could get very easy. I know so many are worried about losing their job. So we have, one extreme to the other. We have individuals who have been working really hard and they don't want to do it anymore. They give up the big job that gave them a couple of million a year, and they go and they get a little home somewhere in Tahiti. Or they tell their family that they're downsizing. The kids are like, what? What do you mean? I want my Birkin back, my $10,000 back. Well, you can't do that, Dad. You can't do that, Mom. And yet there's so much more to life. Don't get me wrong. Somebody wants to hand me a couple of $1 million, I'll say, thank you very much. But there is so much more that we need to pay attention to. And again, AI coming in the way that it has, it's showing us already. If you have a paper to write, but you're stymied on the proper grammar, you could check in with AI. If you need to put together something for ideas so that they're more cohesive, you can have it help you with that. Now, I'm definitely not the expert on this. I sit with radios and they explode. A little exaggeration, though. I have had some real weird things happen. I should share that one of these days. The point that I'm trying to make here is liking your job is something you should aspire to. And if you're thinking that it's a job as in like just over broke, nice little acronym there, then it's not something that's making you happy. And it's time to think in terms of shifting. Our world on the whole is shifting. When COVID hit, so many things happened where people were like, oh my gosh, I can't go out and my life is over. And yet, what did we do? We created new industry. And so many people who had gifts, people that I know that weren't using their psychic abilities, weren't using their mediumship abilities, weren't using their metaphysical abilities, all of a sudden began doing so because they weren't working their, quote unquote, regular job. And now they're loving what they're doing and they're still helping people. They're still using those gifts. My point to all of this is if you have a resource, whether it's AI or it's the neighbor's kid who wants to train with you, take advantage of that if it makes your life easier. If you are less stressed, things come together easier. If you're less stressed, you're more open to hearing that divine information, whether it's here at the temple of your head or here through your third eye or through your heart or clairsentient in your gut. It still becomes easier when you are not totally stressed out. When you're totally stressed out, you're distracted. I put something on LinkedIn last week, I guess it was, about, being grounded, being still. That really applies to all of us, even if you don't want to use metaphysical abilities. Just keep in mind that you have power. Keep in mind that you have gifts. It's just a matter of allowing them to come forward, not being afraid. Know that the universe gives you love. Know that the universe wants you to use the talents that you have. Now, if you'd like to connect with me for a private session, feel free to connect on the A1R page. I'm pretty sure we can write comments on there if I remember correctly. Reach out to me on the phone at 561-755-2166, and that is a U.S. phone number. Or feel free to reach out to me on Facebook. You could look me up on Google and probably find about 20 pages. I do have a book, by the way, if you're interested in learning about meditation, called Treasures Within, Meditation with a Friend. And I actually wrote it with a friend, John Castagini. Have a good night, everybody.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi, it's Eleanor Grace speaking to you from London in the United Kingdom here today. And how are you? I hope that your day's going great. Now, I'm going to start today's show by looking into my cards and also using this little crystal ball, which is my honey crystal ball. I hope you can see that there. It's got hues of citrine in there for wealth and prosperity. So I feel that today it's going to very much be a sort of prosperity show. It's all about how your opportunities are going to expand your life, how you're going to leap forward into the unknown. Because let's face it, we all have to do that, don't we? We all have to make a decision and say, this is what I'm going to do, and this is how I'm going to do it. So we're going to help you along the way. Now, I'm using tarot cards as well. These are my Victorian tarot cards. Very, very British. It's all about looking at the characters that are going to cross your path. And I'll be selecting some of these cards as well for you. And I'm not forgetting my lovely angel cards, which I like to use because it brings in that message from Spirit. It also gives you guidance, so we can have a look at who's around you. And if they come through, we can pass on any messages. And they're always very, very special, aren't they, when you get a message from Spirit. So these are my angel cards here, and I'll be using these really to show just a couple of signposts, I feel. Signposts to really let you know that you're on the right path, you're on the right track, you're doing things as you should be. And of course, everything is your free will and your choice. So I'm Eleanor Grace, and you can find me on GraceDestiny.com. That is my website. And lots of people do. They book psychic readings with me on one-to-one basis, where perhaps we can use Skype or Facebook or, any form of visual recordings here. And you can also have an audio reading. Some people prefer that. They don't really want to be seen. They want to be in the privacy of their comfort zone, whatever that is. So that's really important to know. So here we've got our first caller that is here on the show. And I'm just sort of setting out my computer here because we've got a few issues. So we've got Grace. Hello there, Grace. And where are you calling from, Grace?
Hi there. I'm calling from Sydney, Australia.
Oh, hello and welcome to the show. Okay, let me get started with your reading. Now, Grace, first of all, there's a psychic connection that you have with the world. I've got sort of aura lights all around you. I've got rainbow colours all around you, Grace. So you're already connected. You're already in there, and you're able to communicate yourself. And I think that that's really a key factor. You've got Spirit with you, Grace. I do feel that it's a very powerful energy that you have, but also that spirits have with you. So these are your ancestors, your soul group, your family going back many generations, I feel, but certainly just in the near generations, in those recent passings, you've got a gathering here of helpful souls, helpful people, wanting to say to you, Grace, that you mustn't stop what you're doing. It seems as though there's been many obstacles at the moment to what you want to achieve, because I've got literally logs being placed at your feet and you're trying to trample over this sort of big obstacle. It's like you're in a great big wood or a forest, and it's really hard to get to the other side or to try and get to a clearing. Now, the Spirit have come in to say to you, yeah, you know, this is something that you're going to achieve. You're really going to be able to do this. There's John as well. I want to give you John. Very, very strong John here. And the initial G, it may be Graham, or that may be a surname as well. I'm going to give those names out to you. They may not mean anything to you straight away, but watch over the next couple of weeks, because we have the Wheel of Fortune here, giving you many, many changes. So everything that goes up in your life has got to revolve around and bring back people that you've lost, people that you haven't been in contact with for a long time, Grace, and also bring in new beginnings. So there's opportunities that are here. Are you starting a new platform, a career, or even a business? Are you starting something new? There's a project here that I'm being given is particularly prosperous. So it's got energy with it. It's got a great sense of direction. And you're at the helm. You're the one that's behind it all. And you are pushing now. There's another two ladies as well by your side, not in spirit. These are friends, these are girlfriends or family members who are coming in to give you that great big push. So I just feel that it's lovely, because there's lots of support and lots of help. Now, the Emperor is around you. Was there a male, somebody dear to you, who passed in the last 12 months? Can I ask you that?
My father.
Okay, yeah. The Emperor often is.
He passed less than a year ago.
Was it less than a year ago? Okay. It's difficult sometimes to exactly see the timescales, but I've got the number 1 here in front of you, and I'm going back. It's like a dart of light, if I can explain it that way. It's like a shooting star. That's him. That's him. He's coming in and bringing, you know, his forthright character, because he was powerful like you are. So you must have that energy from him. Lovely man, suffered quite a lot. But I think because he's saying no. So, you know, he was able to cope, wasn't he? Strong-minded person. So do you know those names that I gave to you at the beginning of your reading? Do you recognise those two names?
Just John, my grandpa used to also go by the nickname John.
Okay.
So that's another person, and he was very important in my life.
Okay, all right. Well, he'll be there then, because he was the first name that I connected to, and I did feel that was like this gathering of spirits. So your father and John is there. Now, who is the initial of G? Do you know that? It may be somebody that you're about to meet, you see. Sorry?
No, I don't. No, nothing comes to mind.
Okay,
quickly,
all right.
No.
Don't worry about that, because that's when you've got a connection in spirit with two different entities or two different soul groups, and one's pulling against the other. So your ancestors are coming in and saying, hello, we're here. We haven't forgotten you. We know that you're really trying to push up against this big obstacle. And then you've got another soul group of helpful people who are coming towards you, rushing towards you, and wanting to hug you and give you that sense of, you know, you're going to be confident, you're going to be able to be successful, you will achieve a lot more than you're expecting. So the detail here going forward is just in months, because this is not taking years and forever. This is a couple of months where you're taking huge leaps forward, steps, and that is making this platform for you. It's your bedrock of being able to initiate, to command and control. So remember those words. You are going to be able to really say, yeah, this is mine. I'm putting my rubber stamp on this next project, whatever it may be, and be determined to do that. Now, do you have a son who's gone away?
No, I don't have a son.
No son at all?
No.
Okay. You didn't have a... Yeah. I can see her, and she's lovely, she's beautiful, she's fine. Did you have a pregnancy that failed at all? Because this was...
Yes, I did.
Okay. I think that's what I'm connecting to, Grace. And please don't be upset by that, because sometimes spirit come through to say, but this was a son who went away. So that intimates to me that there is like a reunion of sorts in your lifetime. And that's what you will experience. Not the same person, but a sense of knowing when his soul returns into your family. It could be a grandchild, or it could be a distant cousin or cousin's child, but there's some association. And I want to give you that. And also that initial of G as well. So let's leave that there because it's poignant, but I do feel that you have been looked after, protected massively, and that you've got this psychic energy as well. I want to touch my head here because I just feel either you've had lots of headaches or we're having an expansion of your psychic eye, and that's what we're connecting to. Are you actually sort of feeling that at the moment?
Absolutely. And I've also been working on my readings and studying and learning tarot reading. So it's something that I've been doing. And yes, the headaches have been quite great this week.
It's not just a comment then. They have actually been real, have they, Grace?
They have.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what was happening with myself this week. I didn't know whether, the tears were flowing, the headaches were growing.
Yeah, I think it's...
it felt like...
Yeah, sure. You're being connected to spirit, and it is overwhelming because your father has come through to you and he's around you. I think he visits you as well, sort of several times, and sort of sits by you. And I think
he just came through in my spirit. I just woke up. I literally just woke up. He was in my dream.
That's the message, and that's what he wants to say to you, that he will gravitate to your subconscious, because that's the way he can communicate to you. And what he wants to tell you is that you are overcoming many obstacles this year, and you've got to carry on, keep going, don't stop, because you have a lot to give, and there are people waiting here to actually receive, a lot of instruction from you even. So you may be, helping and training other people, showing them the way to go, and allowing others to really take comfort in your own knowledge. So don't be thinking that you don't know enough, even though you're learning this bit and that bit. You don't really need it because you've got your father guiding you. Ask him any question towards the end of the night, just before you go to sleep, that little area of subconscious when we're dropping off, and we're feeling nice and, that's it now, sleep time. That's when you can ask your father for a sign of some sort that he can send to you in your dreams, or ask a question, and when you wake up in the morning you'll have the answer. It sounds bizarre, but it works. It really does work, especially if you ask the same question over a few weeks, not every night, but just, okay, this is what's on my mind, this is my intention, this is what I'm drawing to me. And I feel that there's so much here for you that you're able to overcome so many difficulties and fears, because I think you have had a lot of fears, perhaps of the unknown, but now it's you stepping into that space, being protected. That's by your unborn child who was a boy, and the male energy of your father, your grandfather. So, we are getting that strong connection. Well, Grace, it's been wonderful to speak to you. And of course, you've got the initial of G as well. So maybe that's what your father was saying. Yeah, G. I'm going to leave you to ponder on that one. And you can get a hold of me anytime. And it's been lovely to read for you. And that's on Grace Destiny. That's my website. Goes across all over the world. And have a brilliant day today. Lovely to speak to you. Grace. Lovely to speak to you. Okay, so I have my next caller now. I'm going to have to be reminded as to who it is because I haven't got... Oh, we've got another G. Well, that's why then I'm saying G, G, G. It's not a horse, is it? We're going G, G, G. No, don't take any notice of me. I'm connecting through to double G's today. So, Gail, hi. You're through to Eleanor Grace. How are you? How are you?
I'm doing good, and my grandchildren call me Gigi.
They don't. Oh, well. Well, hello, Gigi. I'm going to call you Gigi. That was an instant connection. What about that for a psychic demonstration? And what a lovely voice you've got. Lovely voice. I'm seeing a soul that is very open, warm. And do you bake things? I've got lots of these cookies and cakes and bread and all sorts of things. They're all on a table. Is that you? Are you cooking at the moment? Are you baking?
No, that was my mother. She did all of that.
And she's in spirit? Yes?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Well, she's with you. She's with you then, because she's been cooking for you, Gigi. That's what she's been doing. And she's showing me this great big table. So she must have been very, very proud of all of the produce that she made and what she gave to you. She taught you, didn't she, as well? Do you have a sister, Gigi? Is there a sister? Two sisters?
Yes.
I've got, Are there two sisters that you have as well?
In spirit?
Well, I have two sisters and your mum who's in spirit.
I have three.
So.
I have three sisters in spirit.
Is there one here? One here? Is that you?
Yes. There's three of us here.
Okay.
And three on the other side.
On the other side. Okay. I was getting this picture because I could see two ladies and your mum. So there's two ladies in spirit, sort of very strong, beating hearts, and all the cakes and everything else. So we had all this produce coming out. So I knew that they were wanting to connect to you. And then there was another lady, very shy though, this sister. She was hiding, almost hiding out the way, would have been very quiet. Whereas you've got dominant characters in your family, I think. You've got those around you here. Who is Catherine? Is there a Kathy in your family?
Well, Catherine was my mother's best friend, and she's in spirit as well.
Okay, so she's come in to join the party. She just told me her name. So Gigi, I think you've got a lot of upliftment here. She's talking about Margaret the whole time. So who is Margaret? Can you tell me who that is?
Well, she was a friend and maybe a relative of my mother's as well.
Okay. It seems that there is a variety of characters and souls that have gathered together. But it's important for you to know, Gigi, that you're now being comforted a lot. So you've been poorly, haven't you? I feel that there's been ill health around you, tiredness and worry. Do you get anxiety? Do you worry? Do you?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is now going to be taken away, because I feel that everything should be released and you should be renewed and have this joyous feeling around you. Are you singing? Who is the person that sings? Who sings a lot? Do you have a lullaby? Is there a grandchild that you sing to? Must be a few.
No, my daughter sings at church.
Is that what it is? Right. Well,
yes.
She's got this beautiful voice and she's singing out for everybody in the family. Everybody comes to hear her, to listen to her. The initial of L is coming through. There's loads of different names. There's Lynn or Linda, and there's Sarah as well. There's Claire that's here. So I'll let you ponder on the names because let's not focus on that because we don't have the time to go through every single spirit that is gathered. You're lucky though because you're being uplifted now and you're beating your drum. when I say that, I mean that you're able to speak up for yourself. It's your words that are being listened to. And these are two important people. So I feel that there's a letter that you've written or an email, something that has been a complaint of some sort, but it's words that need to be heard, and that you will be surprised. You're being told from Spirit here, from me as well, I can see it as well, that you will be surprised about the response that you're going to get from an official complaint. Okay.
Yes,
Are you waiting?
Yes.
Are you waiting for this? Are you, Gigi?
It just happened yesterday. What you're speaking of. Yes.
Okay, so tell us, what was it that you received yesterday, this response for your complaint?
Well, my daughter that sings at church, I really, really don't like her husband. And he tried to blackmail his mother and say, and so you can't see the children unless you give me $200. Well, I wrote on Facebook, and so I wrote on Facebook how awful I thought that was. And so I thought my daughter wouldn't speak to me again, but she sent me a dozen roses and a card. So I was happy about that.
Yeah. That's your response then, and Spirit being with you and helping you, all the females that are here, because they understand. And I do feel that your daughter has taken a great deal of strength here from your words, from just the fact that you took action, that you did it, you said something. And that's what's important, because so many people say nothing. They just clam up, they don't say anything, they don't want to rock the boat. But you have to, because these are important times. They're times when you really have to push other people to be responsible and to be decent human beings. And that is not a decent thing to do. So I think it isn't, no. And you would never have done that. You know, many people would never have even thought of it. I think that the other side of the coin here is that he is feeling financial pressure, that there is a lot of difficulty in that relationship with money and coins and finances. And that would be the right conversation to have. What's the problem? What's at the root cause of the problem? Rather than having the argument about the action that you took. It's obvious that, you know, if he's trying to blackmail somebody, he needs the money. So try and tackle that in your next conversation, because he's here. He's in your cards. He's not the happiest of fellas. He's not the happiest of creatures, but I do feel that he will be the person that, you know, is most likely to change. I don't think he wants to behave like this. And I think certainly your daughter knows a different side to him as well. Now, I'm looking at the honey crystal ball. It's a small one, but it's full of prosperous veins here of citrine crystal, which I love, and it's blooming yellow. So the hue is wonderful. I'm going to place this all around your aura for you, Gigi, because this is what you need. You need to have communication with those loved ones, not just in spirit, but your family members, your friends, and there's lots of them. There's people who love you, they really do. So now it's your turn to ask for some help, ask for some favors, to really have this wonderful communication, being really resonating alongside your aura, which is bright. You've got bright aura, shades of violet, and then we've got this lovely citrine, the honey-coloured crystal ball, which is what you are being shown here today. So take this as encouragement that you've done the right thing. It's a major thing that you've got, and it's come through with clairvoyance, with spirit as well, where, you know, I was able to say to you, we know that you've done this big thing. It took a lot of courage, a lot of strength, because you risked your relationship with your daughter. And we all know how tricky that can be. It can be a tricky negotiation. But you're a lovely lady. And this, I feel, is something that you have got to remember, that your heart is in the right place. It's being shown to you here. Now, I'm going to take an angel card for you. Because I think that you just need that extra bit of zoom and encouragement. And what you've drawn here is really interesting. It's the card of forgiveness. Now, let's see what's next to it. So, okay, we've already said maybe tackle this son-in-law of yours by just saying, look, what's the problem? Is it money? Is that what is really the issue? Because that's just a thing. It's just a material thing. We all need it. But, it doesn't hurt people's hearts. It doesn't hurt people's relationships. And what you're being given here from your mother is listen to your intuition, Gigi. Remember, I've said to you that you're naturally quite psychic. You woke up, didn't you, with your father in your dreams. Now, a year from now, I think you can expect some big changes. Are you thinking of moving? Do you want to move to a different location, a more rural location, or something that is more pleasant? I've got a much nicer home environment around you. Is that something that you would wish to do, Gigi?
I've been thinking about it. I have pretty bad arthritis, and I've been thinking about Arizona. And I used to live out there, so.
And that's nice.
I've been thinking about it.
Yeah.
It's dry.
Oh, is it? So you don't get all of that horrible rain like we do here in the UK. I think we've got it for the whole world at the moment.
Right.
So I think that what I'm seeing here is the angels have said a year from now. So it's not tomorrow. It's not next week, next month. It's in a whole year, and a lot can happen in a year. And this is going to be made possible for you. So if you think that there are obstacles and restrictions, they're going to be removed. Spirit will bring those, put them on one side and say, no, that's not for Gigi. She's done her bit. It's now her turn to have that pot of peace, less pain with arthritis, and a new chance to be happy. And look what you've got as your final card here. The angels are bringing you the card of success. So you're being told it is going to happen. Try to think about that and try to bring it into your life, into your world, into your conversation. Talk about it as well with your sisters, because they will help you. And so will Spirit. Gigi, it's been a delight and a pleasure speaking to you today. I hope you've enjoyed your reading and those lovely Spirit messages as well. They were really beautiful. And well done. Well done for speaking up. Bye for now then. And I'm Eleanor Grace, and it's been lovely to welcome you here to our psychic shows, which will run through the next few days. So watch out for your favourite psychic medium, and I will see you again, same time next week. Bye for now. Little wave. Bye-bye from the UK. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. And watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Divine Heart Channeling with Ivana Botic. Search Divine Heart Channeling on Facebook and all other social media. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Divine Heart Channel on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my beautiful souls and my beautiful starseeds. It's good to be back again. So before we start, I would like to tell you again a little bit more about the cash if you forget about it, because the Guardians want me to remind you, and the reason why they want me to remind you is I got an amazing question, just the way you should ask when we are talking about the Akash records. The Guardians also wanted me to start with another thing, and that's a new moon in Taurus that we have tonight. And why they want us to bring the new moon is because we've been through some turbulent energies a couple of months, let's say like that, and finally it's calming down and it's going into stability and things are finally coming back to place, which is amazing. And they wanted me to tell you about the new moon just a little bit, because the question I got, it's really amazing, and you're gonna see what I'm talking about right now. So the question is, when I feel that I'm in a higher vibrations, how can I maintain that kind of vibrations and do not let lower one get me or pull me down back to their own lower vibrations? So the Guardians of the Akash, first thing that was like popping out like loud from them is to love yourself. First thing and the most important thing is to love yourself. The next thing that you could have for yourself is compassion. Compassion for yourself, compassion for the work you've done, because you've done a lot of work to get where you are. It wasn't easy path, but you made it. And that's like what they are showing me. It's like big applause, because they know how much you need to work on it to go into high vibration when you are surrounded by the chaos and everything that's lowering you and trying to pull you down and not giving you a chance or anything to go up and be your true self. Another thing that we always like ask ourselves when people tell us, oh, your vibration is high, how can I stay, or your vibration is low? But no one is talking about, let's say, real life, when we are surrounded by the real people, real places, real lower energies and vibrations that we feel in our bodies, in our system. No one is going to tell you how you can, let's say, overcome that. They're going to be like, just go meditate or just go for a walk or wherever. But you will find yourself, it's going to be like a colleague or a family member or a friend. It depends. But somehow you have to have connections with those people. And even those places, we can sense the energies and vibrations of the places. So one of the steps you can do to maintain your high vibration is to try to put yourself in the heart space in that moment, if you are able to do it. And why they are saying that? Because when you go to your heart space, you're going into your place of love, your sweet spot, your safe spot, let's say like that. And when you're in your heart space, you try to imagine or visualize the golden shield around you, around your energy field. Try to imagine it as golden and shiny as you can. And nothing can go through it, because it's your shield. It's your reality. It's your energy field that you are protecting. Another thing, like another step that you can do if you are not able in that moment to go like to slow down a little bit, to go into heart space, because people are going to be like, why are you so silent? We are talking right now. Why are you not saying anything and stuff like that? The other thing you can do is to tell yourself, like really to tell yourself in your mind that that's not your bag to take it. And it's not yours to carry it. Leave it. It's not yours. Just tell yourself and be like really specific, like you are telling to someone else, this is not mine and I don't want to take it. It needs practice. It needs a little bit of consistency, but trust me, you're going to make it in a couple of tries. And also the guardians, it's like they're showing me like really, a really important thing is to remember and always remind yourself of how much work you have put to be where you are. Because no one sees what's behind the curtains. No one sees how much have you done for yourself. They see that you are different. They're going to be like, oh, you changed. You're not the same. And that's a good thing. Everything's changed. Every single moment, everything's changed. And if some people stay the same, it's their choice. You cannot do anything about it. So don't forget to remind yourself of how much work you have done and how much, someone will say sacrifice. It's not sacrifice. It's more like willing time that you gave to get better tomorrow for yourself, to live the life you desire, and to be really happy in the moment, to be happy with yourself, to find your place where you're going to shine. It's a lot of work to go there, to go through all the work, all the shadow work, all the, sometimes in tears with your own self when you're sitting and like going through some hard memories that you went through, but you're learning from them. You're not holding on them like, this is something I'm going to be taking like excuse for my behavior. It's something I'm going to learn from it. I'm going to see, why did I do that? And what can I learn from this? Can I go and do differently in the next situation when I find myself that's almost the same? That's the work we all have to do if we want to have like a high vibrations and see the world truly the way it is, the way it is, and it's beautiful. I hope this resonates with you and I answered your questions. And thank you so much. And this is the amazing question. You see, because the guardians are not going to answer us with yes, no, because we are seeking their guidance. We are seeking their understanding and love. And with simple yes or no, we cannot get that. And they want us to see that we really want to work on ourselves, because they know we can, but they want to just see it and feel it. And when we do that, we get rewarded. So don't forget that. Also, another thing that I want to tell you guys is I was thinking about, I was more guided than thinking, just of doing some kind of free masterclass for manifestation. So if you are interested, let me know, send me private messages, or you can even write me the comments. We can talk about it. How would you like it to be? But the guardians want me to tell you that we could do I could teach you a lot of tools. I can channel a lot of their, let's say, secrets for manifesting, but not only for this moment, like one-time manifestation, but long-time, like lifetime manifestation tools. So you can really live that life you desire. Also, they want me to share with you that we're going to do some kind of DNA activations. We're going to do healings, meditations, and all that in that little mini masterclass, let's call it like that. And also, what we're going to do through that masterclass is we're going to change our mindset and the way we talk and the way we use some words. For example, as I said, some shows, it's not a problem. it's the situations. It's like an example, how can we change how we use words and what they mean for us. So if that's something you are interested in, let me know. I will be more than glad to create something for you guys to make all the channeling and guidance and everything through the Akash. So thank you so much, guys, for this amazing opportunity to be with you and to tell you and to teach you. I hope to see you next week with some another fun facts and some teachings and some questions you have. Now you see how can you ask the guardians for some clarifications and some guidance. And thank you so much for this. Hope to see you next week. Okay, guys. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDSpsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. I hope you've all had an amazing week. So this week we actually have some good aspects here with the planets. We do have one negative I can see, which is more the square with Mercury and Pluto. That could be a change or communication. It could also be in forms of it's like technology as well. I know I was just recording a video and I had to record it again because it lost, and I feel like that was square with Pluto there, like sudden endings or sudden changes might not go. Those planets won't be working together this week. But positive aspects we do have. We have a sextile with Saturn and Uranus, which is going to be unexpected problems that come up, but there's going to be a positive unexpected issues. So things happen for a reason, and therefore when hiccups happen this week, it could be everything happens for a reason, but the outcome may be quite positive rather than negative. We've also got a sextile with Jupiter and Neptune. With this is creating, I feel like people won't be able to pull the wool over your eyes this week, or won't be able to manipulate you as easily this week. If you are someone that's easily led, you'll be able to see through things a lot more and a lot clearer with this aspect that's coming up. We also have a Uranus and Jupiter trying Pluto. Plus, we've also got a sextile with Neptune with Pluto too. So I feel like there is positive changes around you. It's a very very graceful change as well. Very internal, positive changes and transformation that you're going through, or people that we're all going to go through this week. I feel like we're going to feel very emotionally very good about ourselves, and we're proud about ourselves too, and what we've done and what we've accomplished so far. There is an aspect of, on the 14th of May, we're going to have Uranus conjunct the Sun, so something unexpected on that day. With Uranus, it could be good or bad with this, but I feel like it could be quite positive. It's coming up. We are in Taurus, so it could be about foundations, could be about security, could be about self-worth. It even could be about finances as well, or even love, possibly even love too. We've also, so this week, I do feel like it's about moving ahead. Next week, we've got some positive aspects too for next week. I do feel like it's about making positive changes and to sort of imagining or viewing how your life to be, or sort of tuning in. I feel like this is a good week to also practice like tuning in or connecting to spirit or to your guides, to getting information this week. I feel like it's a week of really looking about how you want your life to look and starting to plant the seeds of how to make that happen. I feel like make the most of every positive aspect that's coming up here in your life. I feel like it's about giving yourself a pat on the back. So I feel like giving yourself a job well done, going out, spoiling yourself. I feel like this week too, we got coming up with new ideas. But don't give up, be very determined this week. So this week is about being more determined, not to give up, and be determined to get things done and to make things happen. So stay focused and one step ahead. Feel empowered. Give compassion when it is needed. Don't compare to your other people. Like, just look at what's in your own lane this week. I feel like it's a good week of being in nature. I feel like being around nature and being in nature is going to be very good for you too. I feel like stepping into a lighter energy force, lighter energies this week too. And about being preparing for what you feel is coming up for the future ahead, and whatever that you feel that may be. I feel like that's where we are going with the planets for this week. So let's go to the caller. So we've got here Cassie, who's in America. So it's like Coon Rapids. So hi Cassie, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
I'm just looking for some guidance in my life.
Okay.
I'm currently fighting an addiction, and my kids aren't really in my life at the moment, and I just really need some guidance.
Okay. With the children not in your life, is this like I see court around you? Is this something to do with court? Legal battles?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I feel like, look, I kind of feel, I'm not sure, like over here they there's like parenting programs. Like I just feel like you need to prove yourself with this. So I feel like, as I'm talking about, it's a positive at planting the seeds and doing things for what you want into your life. But I feel like that you're going to have to do some, like, prove yourself to the court system that, you know, you're a good mom. I feel like that you try to be very good, but you let things get in the way. But I feel like, so I'm not sure we have the same sort of things over there. Like, say for here, like we have like tuning, it's like one of the programs like tuning into teens or tuning into kids, which is about how to, it's just like different parenting programs. So I feel like you're going to have to do some sort of program to go towards seeing your kids or getting them back. I do see you being reunited with them and you still being able to see them. Is it 2 children that you've got? I get 2.
I have 3. Well, biologically I have 5, but I have 3 in my life.
Okay. Is there 2 that are more, I feel like, is there one that's more stubborn than the other 2 and the other 2 are more closer to you?
Yeah, one lives in a different state.
Okay, so I see 2 more around you, and then I see the other one is more, they're a bit more stubborn. Like it's like you got to prove to them more, but I see there's 2 around you there. I see you reuniting, so I do feel like you're going to be able to, you're seeing them, but I just feel like in terms of getting them back or more time with you, it's like you're going to prove yourself, but I feel like it's more to like the legal system or something to do with like courts over there. I feel like with the addiction, I feel like it's a mindset thing here. Like I feel like there's a mindset of you get in a frame of mind where it's like you can't live without certain things, but I feel like it's all about how you're perceiving things or thinking things. I also feel like when you feel like things are getting too much, you need something, so you gravitate to what's easier for you to be able to deal with certain situations. I feel like you're going to have to find new techniques to deal with things. I feel like also you need something in your hands, like you need to be busy or you need to be able to do something. So that could be something like maybe knitting or finding something like a hobby or something that you can do that's you're going to concentrate and like mindfulness, I guess. So I just feel like I need something in my hands with you as well. I feel like there's a lot of things you've got to look at. Cause I feel like I can hear you comparing yourself to other people, but I feel like you got to just like sort of look at what you can change or what's in your lane. I feel like you're ready to change. I feel like you're quite prepared to go without. I feel like you're wanting positiveness. Like I feel like your frame of mind is quite good. And I do feel like you can overcome obstacles that are in your life. It's about just how you're looking at certain things too. I feel like those children mean a lot for you and they are your world, and you are very grateful to have these children in your life. So I feel like when you're going to start these changes, that you're not doing it for you, you're doing it more for them, is what I feel like too.
Right.
I see you putting away money, so I feel like you're going to start saving money or putting money away as well. I also feel like I want to change the area that I'm living in. Are you not living in the area that you want to live in, or is it not you want to live in a different area?
No. Yes.
Okay. Look, I feel like you can do it, but I feel like there's more money that's needed, is what I feel like. Are you living in is it like small apartments or small houses that are like close together?
I rent a basement.
Okay. But you want your own place. So I feel
right.
So I don't know, you might be able to I feel like, I'm not sure how it works over there, but I feel like there could be some sort of moving away, but I did get a sense of help from government or so I don't know if there's community housing there or government housing or something, but I just feel like there's more money being needed. And I feel like you can do it. I feel like you're quite smart. Yeah, I feel like going back when you were in school, you're a bit of an overachiever here. You've just lost your way a little bit. And I do feel like there's a sense of going back to school or back to studying, because I feel like you can do a lot more than what you're doing. I don't know. I just feel like you're doing it all for your kids. So I do see you changing your life around, and you're using your kids as a way, I guess, to get yourself through this time period. How long is it going to take you to get through this? Look, I feel like it's going to take you over 2 months, 2 years. It's a two of you changing your life around. I feel like it's not always going to be easy, but I do feel like you can do it.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me?
I don't think so. I think that was pretty spot on.
Okay, thank you.
Definitely gives me hope.
Oh, good. You can do it. You can do it. Just be more focused. I believe that you can do it.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
That's okay. So everybody, we're all going through positive changes, and everybody has their own story for what is coming up this week for them. You just got to keep going. But I feel like this week we've got some really good energies there, positive things that are going to push us through. I mean, we still can't change some positions of the planets, like Saturn in Pisces, which is not a positive. I don't feel like a very positive transit that we're going through, but it's going to be there for another couple of years. But as in certain angles that planets are making toward each other, I do feel that's giving us some very positive energies. Even today, we have Venus sextiling Saturn, which is giving us a very positive outlook to do with relationships, problems with relationships and money as well. So it's just about pushing through, looking to what we can change and working on that. Definitely. Okay, if you want to contact me, you can. So my website is Lady D Psychic Parties, and my YouTube channel is Lady D. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady DS Psychic, and my TikTok is Lady D Psychic. Next week I will be in Canberra, so we'll try to broadcast from somewhere in Canberra. Going down there next Friday for an event on the weekend down there. So I hope to see you next Friday at a different place at that same time. So hope you have a fantastic week ahead, and I'll see you next week. So bye for now.
In the silence of my soul, visions clear and spirits call. I embrace my sacred role, standing firm where others fall. Whispers from another plane guide me through the unseen art. In my heart they remain, filling every broken part. I rise, embraced by the unknown, on paths of light that I alone have flown. Gifts revealed in every tone. is a stepping stone. My spirit's strength fully shown in every bone I own my throne. Psychic medium fully grown. I ride my throne, a psychic medium fully grown. I rise, embraced by the unknown, on paths of light that I alone have flown. Gifts revealed in every tone. In this mystic space I've grown. Sweet clarity, sweet clarity. With every reading, my power
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Readings by Diane with Diane. Live at readingsbydiane.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Readings by Diane on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Diane Jarecki here at Readings by Diane. And you can find me online at www.readingsbydiane. I'm at Readings by Diane on YouTube, Buy Me a Coffee, and then at Readings by Diane 603 on Instagram if you want to follow me there. And boy, today, it's such a beautiful day. Everything's getting so green. The weather's getting warm enough that I am now out of hoodies and long sleeves. And I had a really beautiful drive today. I love where I live. I take 3 dirt roads to get to my dirt road. And as I was driving along the dirt roads back here, I came across 3 squirrels in the road, which I've never had happen before, 3 of them like that. I get them one at a time, but never 3. And then a little bit down the road, there were 3 turkeys heading into the woods. And I take stock in signs like that when I see something unusual with animal behavior, and then especially repeating numbers, because numerology is part of tarot and it's part of my work. I'm working at actually learning it well enough to start offering that service professionally. And so 3s are about growth and expansion. And then I looked them up, and turkeys are about dance, and squirrels are about play. And interestingly, young turkeys will play with young squirrels as well as young fawns, but they were mentioned together in the turkey description in my Beasties book. So it was really fascinating to have that connection between the dance and the play and the squirrels and the turkeys. And so anyway, and this is Lisa down in North Carolina. Hi, Lisa. How are you doing today?
Hi. Great. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm having a great day. So,
great.
What can I do to help you today?
I don't know. Do you do like cards or anything like that, or you just?
No, I'm a tarot reader. Yes. So I read tarot, Lenormand, and playing cards. And then I also usually wrap up with a little bit of an extra message from oracle cards.
So did you just want to go what your feel is?
I don't have the ability to do a general reading here because it takes too long. I do a very large spread for that, and it takes me about a half hour. So
okay. All right. Do you see me? Do you see me finding anybody?
Okay. So you want to know if there's any romance in your future?
Correct.
All right. And so let's take a look here with the tarot on that one. Okay, let's see what we've got for you, Lisa.
Thank you.
All right. So it's interesting. The first thing that I'm seeing, and I kind of read the cards as a story that takes me from the past through the present to the future. Okay. And so here, seeing the moon and the strength, I feel like you have had some possibly self-esteem issues in the past, but you have gotten to a point in life where you are standing up for yourself now, coming forward, making yourself seen and heard. And you have developed that strength and self-esteem at this point in your life.
Mm-hmm.
And then
true.
With the Six of Swords and the Fool as the next two cards. So I feel like those self-esteem issues in the past led you to having some bad decisions in the past as well, relationship-wise. But the strength that you've gained, the things that you've gained, the Fool shows walking off to kind of a better future, a better, brighter future. All right. And so with the Emperor coming after the Fool, I feel like you're actually, like the Fool is walking towards the Emperor now, all right? So I feel like not only is this your strength is built, but being ready for a solid relationship now with somebody who is more mature and has also kind of built their life to a certain level. So I feel like this person is coming in for you, because I then have the Seven of Cups behind him. So this is somebody that I feel is a new energy coming in here, because the sevens can either be trouble, but I don't feel in this case they are, unless you see that he's kind of turned his back on relationship trouble as well and is facing the Fool. But what I'm feeling this is the new energy coming in between your separate pathways where the two of you finally connect. Okay. And so.
And do you feel like when, like in how long?
Not in these cards, but let me finish this with the last card, which is the Nine of Swords. So I feel like the two of you have both been through troubling times, and this is an energy when the two of you come together, it's because you've both broken through that, and this is going to do that for the two of you. Like you're going to move together better, forward into the future. Okay.
Okay, because I lost my husband back in 2020.
I'm sorry to hear that. I've been widowed too back in 2007, and I'm remarried, but yeah, it takes a moment, right? So yeah, you both been through
very hard.
He may also be a widower, because I was feeling that mature energy. So I feel like the two of you, and again, that Nine of Swords, both of you have had a lot of tears, but now you're breaking through that.
Oh, I got the chills that you're saying all this. I'm getting the chills for me.
Confirmation chills, I call them. Timing.
Yes, definitely. Oh my God, yeah.
The Two of Batons here, and batons for me is air, and that would be fall. Okay.
Okay.
So with the two of them, I'm going to say early into the fall, but like probably after the fall equinox. Okay. And so possibly at a public event, like some kind of show or something, because I then have the Magician, and the Magician is kind of, it's about that like performing arts kind of thing. So I feel like this may be out somewhere where you're at some kind of event where there's a performance of some kind going on. So not like that, for me, the Magician wouldn't be like a private party. It would be more of, I don't know, like a comic out at a club or a play with performers or something like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wow.
I don't know if you're planning on going to any such event, or if it is like a private party, he may be the one who is the entertainment for it or something. Okay?
Okay. Mm-hmm. Wow.
And then,
well, I have the chills, I'll tell you that.
Just to check in with the Oracle cards now for kind of a final message, final voice on this for you, Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ooh. Okay. So first, this combination of no place like home and all that glitters. So these combined kind of show me maybe not staying so stuck at home. Like that was my feeling upon seeing those, because then the tribe is with them. So I feel like you definitely need to get out more. Okay? Because you can't stay at home and find your tribe. Okay? So it's in getting out there and finding your tribe that this guy comes to you. All right? And then truth be told, like I feel like it's going to resonate. I feel like he's going to know and you're going to know. You know what I mean?
Yes. Oh, I got the chills again that you're saying that. Oh,
that it's just something where you know this is the one that we were talking about today. All right.
Yeah. Oh my God. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. You're very, very welcome.
It resonated with me. Really, really resonated. Everything you were saying. And that's true. I need to get out more and do that. Well, I want to thank you so much.
Oh, you're so welcome. And yeah, you know what? He's not going to come knocking on your door.
I know. In other words, I got to get out there. I get that.
Don't turn down those invitations from friends or whatever, or even make the invitation when something, like I feel like you're going to feel it. Like, I really need to go see this for some reason. And and either you're going to get invited to it or you're going to invite somebody to go with you. But definitely feeling this is out there and about with it.
Wow.
You know, and you're going to know it's right. You're going to feel it. Okay.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're so welcome, Lisa. And you know what? Like I said, I get it. I do, because I've been there.
Yeah.
And
it's hard. You know, it's very hard. You know what it is? I feel lonely, and like I'm more looking, I guess, for like soul to soul more than anything. It's not, the sexuality of it. It's that soul part.
Right? And that's the part I feel like you're going to know, because that, truth be told, that was like this open window, right? So I feel like you're going to see into their soul and vice versa. Like you're going to know. Have a beautiful day. Thank you.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Spiritual Connections with Psychic Medium Cindy. Psychic Medium Cindy. Live from Facebook.com/Psychic Cindy. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Spiritual Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. Great to be here tonight. Hope everybody's had a great week. What happened this week? So Tuesday was our new moon in Taurus. So Tuesday was all about our manifestations and like really strong new moon for that this week. So I hope that everybody got their intentions out there because I really want all your wishes to come true. I really do. I want mine to come true too. So that's what I did on Tuesday. I wrote a few things. So let's hope that the universe takes care of us. I really feel that they will. What else is happening to this? I thought maybe tonight we'll just draw a few cards for the collective. Let's just see what the weekend's going to look like for all of us. It is Mother's Day weekend, so happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. And I hope everybody has a lovely Sunday with their mom. It's a wonderful day. We have a lot to be appreciated. A lot to appreciate with the moms out there, hey? Lots and lots. So anyway, let's see what's going to happen for us this weekend. We'll draw a few cards, see what Friday's going to look like, Saturday's going to look like, Sunday's going to look like. All righty. Okay, wow, interesting. So for Friday's card, I've actually picked the discontent and boredom. And I know you guys can't see this, but this is a number 4 card. And number 4 is all about like building a foundation and stuff like that. If you could see the card, you would see like a younger man sort of standing here with his head down. He's got this beautiful bright window in the back of him there with this castle in the back. And he's looking like he's a little bit bored and discontent. So I feel that that's a sign that, hey, you know what, the week is coming to the end. So let's get out there and have some fun. If your life in general is feeling a little bit discontented and lately and you're a little bit bored with your life, the window here is also a sign that when God closes a door, he opens a window. And that castle is going to, in the background, just goes to show the abundance that is coming in for you. On Saturday, we have the movement, choices, and decisions card. So it's a number 2 card. And the number 2s are always about making a choice and a decision. When are you going to do? This could be like, what am I going to get mom for Mother's Day? Do we get her flowers again? Or do I get her chocolates? What do I get her? Do I take her out for brunch? This could be your decision. But I mean, this also could be a bigger decision. And, I'm really drawn to this card is really red. The red is all about abundance. So I think whatever choice that you make on Saturday, if you do have a choice or decision to make, you're going to make the right one. But the most beautiful card, one of the most beautiful cards in this deck, one of my most favorite cards came out for Sunday, and that's the Love Begins card. This is just this would be the 2 of Cups if we were looking at this in the old tarot. And it's, it has a beautiful rainbow on top, which always signifies like the good after the bad. The cup is like overflowing with love. This is the love that you have for your mom, the love that all the moms have for their kids. So, beautiful cards for the weekend. Everybody have a great Mother's Day weekend. Hope you get some sun. If you do, send it to Halifax. It's going to rain here. All right, so we have Kate in Sydney, Wales, New South Wales. Kate, awesome.
Hi.
Hi, Kate. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Thanks for calling up all the way from Wales. Done some readings for people in Wales before. Love it. So beautiful there.
It is.
What can I do for you tonight? What would you like me to do for you?
Sorry, it's a little hard to hear you. The general reading would be awesome.
Sure.
Maybe around money.
Yeah. What would you like? Would you like a card reading this evening for me, or mediumship reading? What would you like?
Probably mediumship would be awesome.
Oh, okay. Right on. You have a departed loved one you're looking to bring forward?
My grandma.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Great. Even more specific. Great. Awesome. All right. Sounds good, Kate. I will bring in your grandmother for you. Okay, I do see like an older woman who definitely looks like a grandmother. Can I say that your grandmother was like maybe in her 80s when she passed away, 70s or 80s?
90s.
90s, okay, right on. Sometimes that's a hard one, right? You know, because I just see them for a second, but you know, I can feel that I can say that she looks good for her 90s. Maybe I could say that. Yeah. So, you know, and now what's really interesting is that they'll show me quickly kind of the age they were when they died. And now the next time she pops in front of into my third eye, she's going to look a lot younger. So she'll show me at like her prime, which is always beautiful. So I'll start seeing her a little bit younger. So we really feel, Kate, that she died quite peacefully, hey? She's kind of, I mean, I can feel like her heart stopped. So she maybe had like those death breaths for a few days, but overall I feel that she died quite peacefully.
She was in hospital when she died.
Was she in the hospital? Like I am getting that like little bit of shortness of breath, but I feel like, you know, like I think her passing was good, you know? I mean, as good as they can be. But she certainly wasn't in any pain when she passed away. So I want you to know that. She had family around her when she died, I feel?
I was there just beforehand.
Just beforehand, okay. She's very smiley right now, which tells me that, you know, she is adjusted well on the other side. And she lived a really good life. Like she lived a nice long life. Right? To live in your 90s is a huge accomplishment in this world right now. And she's very appreciative of that. She's very appreciative of you. So word gratitude keeps coming into my head. So I think she was very, very, very grateful of like how caring you were and, you know, the time you spent with her at the end of her life, but not just then, like your whole relationship, right?
Yeah.
I'm just going to pull a few cards, some cards that represent her and some cards that, some messages for you. Okay. So, because it's quick for me to have to get the messages. Sometimes the messages are a little bit slow coming, because I'm on a different frequency than them. So then I have to I go up high and they're kind of slow, and then we have to meet in the middle. So just so we get some nice accurate messages, the cards are a little bit quicker. Oh yeah, right away, the gratitude card comes out. Okay, so the first card that I actually have that represents her, Kate, is empathy. I am open to seeing both sides of the situation. And from what I can feel from her, like I can feel her personality, like she does feel like a very loving, caring, empathetic person, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And, you know, had like a lot, like I feel like family was really important to her, but friends were really important to her. But, you know, overall, she was somebody that, you know, really cared about people in the community and in the world in general, right? In an empathetic way about her. Her next card, actually, if she looks back at her life, is that she has gratitude. The gratitude card came out, and it says, I am thankful for this life and the opportunity it presents. So it just goes to show, like, I mean, that's such a beautiful card to have when you pass on, to be able to look back at your life and say, you know what, I'm grateful for everything. Everything in my life, everybody that I had, the people I met, it is really beautiful. Her message for you is the card is called Indecision. And this card says, I use my intuition in all aspects of my life. So basically what she's saying to you here, Kate, is that she really wants you, when you have decisions to make in your life, use your intuition. She will help you with that. You can ask her for her guidance, but when you have it, you know, it can be an easy decision. Well, practicing your intuition is good to use simple things, but when you do have more complicated decisions to make, try to use your like, how does my heart feel about it? How does my gut feel about it? Because they'll never steer you wrong. You'll always get the right answer if you use your intuition, even no matter how good it looks on paper, right? The next card for her is Yeah, it's beautiful. The next card for her is that she has for herself is success. I know that there is no greater goal than to love, right? Which, yet again, she's such a beautiful soul. She's kind of making me want to cry. But that's just her emotions coming through because she's just so sweet. But I mean, she looks back at her life and she sees two things. She sees success and gratitude. Like, I love it. I just love it. Her next card message for you is actually the doubt card. And the doubt card says, I release the need to know all the answers. So I get that card a lot for myself, Kate, to be honest with you, because of what I do for a living. I always want to know, like, okay, what's going to happen and when is it going to happen? But the fact is that a lot of things in our life happen during divine timing, and they'll happen exactly when they're supposed to happen. So that's just her saying to you, have patience, Kate. It's going to come in. Things are going to come in for you.
Yeah.
So she's so lovely, and I really thank you for giving me a call tonight. Does that help you at all?
Yeah, sure. It's always good to get messages from the other side. I was really close to my nana and lived with her for a long time when I was growing up. So she's very new.
Very
beautiful. She did have a good life. She was 93. So that's pretty good age.
Yeah.
She was ready to go. Yeah.
She was definitely ready, and she definitely did tell me that, but I only have a minute left, so I have to say goodbye. But thank you so much for calling in, and know that she's always with you, and please ask her for any guidance and help, because she's right there. Literally, she's right here. Look how quickly she's doing tonight, right? She loves you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Kate.
Yeah.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, thanks everybody for listening to the show. You can contact me at Psychic Medium Cindy Facebook or on Instagram, or you can email me at psychicmediumcindy@gmail.com if you want a private reading with me. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. And so we're going to start at the top with some of the astrology, and we're going to go into readings, very brief messages for all 12 signs, your sun, moon, and rising. And of course, it's based on traditional Western astrology, whole house astrology. And so I always start with, when I look at, I would start with your ascendant. It's the combination of your sun and your moon. Your sun, the divine masculine, the moon, the divine feminine, all those things that go with that. And the ascendant is how you bring that forward. And so let's begin with Aries. We have our beautiful Aries this week. Healing bunch of wounds, and we've got agreements, prosperity, patronage, vanity, comradeship, and alliances. Business partners, agreements, deals, offers, opportunities, work prospects, things that come out of the blue that could be quite good for you guys. So, we have this beautiful Venus-Pluto energy going on, and it is going to be really powerful in terms of things you might value or being valued there, Aries. Taurus, we've got learning, foresight, affections, really emerging. You're emerging from your chrysalis. You're emerging as that butterfly. You're really looking towards your freedoms and your freedom of agenda, your freedom of thought, your freedom of your work, your freedom of your time. These are all big things for you, Taurus. And, you're going to be given little bits of gifts and luck this week, this next 7 days around that. And it could be things that you've been waiting patiently for, and boom, out of the blue, there's an opportunity. And so, good news for you guys. Gemini, sun, moon, or rising. In all of this, you have Jupiter coming to your sign pretty soon. So things are going to go, come the end of this month, fast and furious for you guys. Being stubborn or being sort of stuck, you might find a few gates shut or doors shut on you. And, I got to say, there'll be opportunities for you. So as a door shuts, don't worry about it, because there's other ones that will open, I suppose. But I feel more like maybe you're dodging a bullet. Maybe some of the doors closing on you are something that you needed, and maybe you'll already know kind of before it happens and might not even be surprised by it, but you'll be given gifts by things you're closing, things that you're wrapping up, things that you could be signing your name, wrapping it up, concluding it. Some big stuff there, Geminis. Cancerians, don't worry about things, your angst, your worry. Don't make assumptions this week either. Do your due diligence, double check everything. I feel like your first impressions of people are going to be really important. I feel like there's all these promises and potentials and all these wonderful things out there for you, except for you got to see what's real, what the facts are, what's actually the real fruit that's being there from there, because I feel like you can get a little ahead of yourself this week, kind of following through on things that aren't quite secured yet. And so you're going to spend this week securing things. And that's going to be a big energy for you. Leos, we've got, gossips and scandals and maybe things that come out of the blue, conflicts or people being kind of mean-spirited, and you might have to call them out. You guys might have to remind people to be patient, to be nice, to be kind. That can even come to your partner. And if you have a partner, a long-term partner in your life, even business partners, associates, long-term partners, They could be feeling picked on. They could be feeling like they need you to come to their defense or need you to hear them out. And that can include even in work environments where there's opposing factions and really having to bring people on side. And so it's going to be some big stuff for you that you could be a bit of a peacekeeper. Virgos, this next 7 days, so much going on with that Neptune and Saturn energy in your house of partnership. And this could be a transformation of your long-term commitments and partners, and that you could be given a gift of luck. It's going to particularly get you in your 9th house. And I don't know, you could be given a bit of luck, something that comes out of the blue for you, something you've wanted to learn. You could be praised. You could receive, recognition for things you've been working on, things that you've been really passionate about. And maybe even just being recognized how hard you fought, how hard you worked for things, and that there's the death and rebirth cycle going on around you. And that in that transition and that new cycle, you'll be recognized for how hard you fought for things, how hard you really advocated. Libra, sun, moon, or rising. In some of this, we've got don't be afraid of failure. Don't be afraid of misstepping. Mistakes could bring you some sudden and unusual abundance. Don't be afraid of maybe not putting Google on your maps and, trusting your own instincts. Don't be afraid of trying new things, expanding yourselves out. You have maybe a fear of being ignorant or something, but all students start knowing nothing, right? And so you might be feeling a bit angst about new startups, new things that are coming towards you that you're like, I don't know if I know enough about it. This would be the time to, delve into that world, watch a few YouTube videos. Because I feel like you could feeling a bit out of sorts. You'll be asked to grow in some area. It could be your employment. That could push you out of your boundaries a little bit. But they come as a gift. And that can even be like a whole new job where you're like, oh my gosh, this is going to take on a new life of its own. And it will. And so I want you to just be prepared and recognize it's okay to make mistakes. Scorpios, my sassy little Scorpios. Everyone suffers with imposter syndrome sometimes. And sometimes, even when really good things happen for Scorpios, they're like, I don't know. I can't trust it. I don't know, waiting for the shoe to drop. I feel like this could be a week for you that there is some great news that comes out of the blue. I do feel like you might address people's crappy behavior. Maybe you're going to address people's toxic, gossipy, or maybe talking bad about you, and you're going to address it, or you might be vindicated in some crazy way. And that's always the best, isn't it, Scorpio? Isn't that your type of revenge, is being vindicated? So I feel like you might be able to address past perceptions of yourself, past perceptions people have and of yourself. And that sometimes you all have that imposter syndrome and all think that, but Scorps, you're pretty good cats. So hang in there. Sagittarians, how is home money? How is home money? That's all I keep hearing. And you could feel the bills piling up. You could feel the urgency to get organized, get your money in order, get things sorted, get loans, financing, things, get paperwork kind of happen. You want to close things up, get organized. And I feel like staying disciplined on things, staying with your discipline, being really organized and cleaning closets, getting your tools sorted, getting your projects organized is going to be a big deal for you guys. I feel like this could be a superpower for you, because you could find yourself only being able to spend really short periods of time on things. We're going to have to hop from project to project. And I feel like just having everything sort of pre-set up makes that transition easier through this week a little bit. And then we've got Capricorns. My cappy little Capricorns. Let's see what's going on for you guys. I feel like this could be really deepening of love and relationship and excitement and reconstruction of that. And you might have really withheld your thoughts, feelings, passions, emotions, and really they could be drawn out from you through people around you in romantic, compassionate, flirty, fun, friendly kind of ways, which could be kind of nice for you little caps, that you could find that you could recognize your own higher value, your own higher order, how you're a good catch. You could be like, I'm a good catch. And people see that about you. And so you could have some surprise little offers in that old love life of yours there, Capricorn. I would even include being a favorite, like maybe the boss's favorite, maybe the customer's favorite, maybe your client's like, oh, you're my favorite. So Caps, good on you. Aquarian. Oh, Aquarians, this Pluto Venus conjunction is truly a big piece, and it's around victory. Victory over some of the small day-to-day stuff that might have been overwhelming you. Growing a backbone in some of those. Maybe it's really stating what you need, want, or are about. Really looking at a higher perspective and recognizing that maybe you're doing better than you thought, just like Jessica Banks says, richer than you think. And that you might find that you've got some great ideas, new things on the burner, things you're getting kind of excited about, things you're putting in place. Like you could get yourself ready to go for the new season. You can get yourself ready to for springtime, summer plans, things that you have exciting plans coming up for that could be in the day-to-day stuff. So they don't have to be about getaways. They could be right in your community or neighborhood. They could even be something you volunteer or work with. Okay, and then we've got Pisces, our glorious little Pisces. Boy, oh boy, you've got lots of that energy going on in your sign, and you're like, which way is up? That's the biggest question. But I'm going to say this, when it feels like which way is up, this is about wish fulfillment, about gain, about repletion, about maturity, about your salvation, about really coming up from underneath, really coming from behind, really coming from a place of in the darkness to the light, really kind of being shone on now, really being seen in a big way, and maybe even seeing yourself and kind of going, oh my gosh, I feel like this could be where I'm supposed to go. This could be my pathway. So I feel like you got pathways being lit up for you, Pisces, and all these opportunities. And really, I feel like almost any pathway could be taking you to a new adventure where things could be quite good for you. And they'll open up this next 7 days. Now you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I put out a video. I have one Facebook page. I'll never reach out to you on any social media because I only have one Facebook page. And so you can find my content there. And I post a weekly collective reading. I use different types of tools. I love to work with chakra energy and help us move energy. And so we can have, if you feel like sort of going even deeper into some of the messages, it's a great little video just to kind of touch base with every Tuesday. Okay, Tarinder in Berkshire, England. Hello, Tarinder. Oh, I think I lost them. Oh my. Okay, well, hopefully they can call back in or reconnect back in. The producer for this show is absolutely wonderful. We've got Dave and Constance who are absolutely wonderful because I am not a techie person whatsoever. So I really rely on, and this is part of why I don't necessarily do Facebook Lives because I don't have moderators. I just read. I love to show up and just do what I do best and just do those pieces. And if you like my style of reading, I have a free podcast and I've got 30 some odd episodes and there are previous readings and people come back with their recordings of my reading and you get to hear my original predictions and then they come back with, we have a discussion about what happened and there's some really fascinating stories if you like that kind of content. And then of course I'm always on Ask One Radio every week here. And I want to go back to, as we're figuring out all the production stuff, I want to go back to some of the astrology this week. And I talked about, and even in my collective video, I talked about abundance and keeping our sense of humor because this is going to be a week of different unexpected for me, for certainly it's in my communication zone. And so I'm having all kinds of techie stuff going on in my world. And it just reminds me to stay home and paint. And that's what I need to do is like channel all this really intense sort of, because I've had to switch phones. I've had to switch all different apps, all kinds of things going on. So I've had some issues around that too as well. the other piece that I wanted to sort of touch base on a little bit is I had the opportunity to go and do an event in Portage la Prairie this past weekend. It was absolutely lovely. And for those of you who are in the Manitoba region, I don't really do a lot of events. I actually save them for very specific places. And I only read for, so if I have people at the event, everyone gets a reading. I don't usually host events where people don't get readings. And so I usually only look at maybe 25 to 40 people tops. And I usually go into messaging. Sometimes it's tea leaf reading or palm reading and those kinds of things. So, okay, we got Molly in Gainesville, Florida. Molly, oh my gosh, thank you. You found me, Molly.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Bernice Bisson, and I'm here to be of service to you over the next few minutes. How can I help you today?
Well, I wanted to ask if I really actually discovered the name of my divine soul. Because I believe I found or discovered their name through a series of things that it would take too long to get into. But I just want to know, whether I actually finally found it and, it's real, or whether there's things I'm missing.
Okay. What a beautiful question. Thank you. And so as you went through your soul name and working with your guides and going through different modalities, the key to this journey is to explore different modalities, to get different languages of spirit and that spirit name. And I truly believe as you learn and explore these different modalities, and that could be through Akashic records, that could be through past life regressions, that could be through hypnosis, that could be through meditations. I believe that I'm supposed to tell you there's 7 names. I know, and I didn't want to be a downer, but I feel like there's supposed to be 7 names that will come to you around
7. Huh. That's interesting.
7. Yeah, that you would have different guides and different soul lifetimes, and you could have been called different names. And that I feel like as you do the work, there seems to be a man in the physical world who could be a bit of a guide, a guru, a teacher. He's around where you are. I don't think you have to go through video to connect with him. And I feel like he's going to be able to do some work with you around the soul guides that you have, the soul work, and you could almost work together as a team on that. There's something very spiritual around this man, and that your work also, there's a number of pieces around your soul journey. When you look for your soul name, you're looking as your soul contacts your higher self. There's also around some of the trauma healing, even as a child, and releasing all of that as you go through some of this. And it's almost like removing wounds, removing old wounds, removing old pain as you discover how powerful, and not to be too esoteric and weird, but I want to go there, how powerful your soul really is, and how it manifests in the real world around you. Real opportunity for you to help heal others, to help others in their soul path and journey. And that could even extend to people who might have had abusive childhoods or things that have traumatically happened to them. You have a real, and maybe even in that name, a real ability to work with the chakra centers, heal both physical and spiritual, or bring that together for someone. And that I also feel like there's something about if you sit down and draw so with that spirit name, it comes with, because there's different languages, because it's not just in an English form or in a language form, it would come in drawings, colors, feelings, chakra centers. And I would work with that name a bit and really sit. So I'd say the first minute when you get up, sit at the edge of your bed and with your feet planted on the floor. And I would repeat that name to myself and really visualize where I'm feeling it. What images does it invoke? What colors does it invoke? And how does it feel? Where do I feel it? Because as you connect to that name, as much as I love that you phoned me to ask me this question, this is more of an inner journey piece that I can only reflect a bit of an affirmation. And I would rather that this is something that you would even be able to draw out. So for instance, when I look at myself as a higher self and I talk to my higher self, I see myself as a little old lady. I don't know what it is with, I see her in a different way than my physical self looks, because that is, and in fact, I call her a different name. And that's who I feel in my soul connected. That is my soul name. That is how I see myself. And when that name pops up for me in this physical world, and it manifests as people around me, I meet people with that name, I pay high attention to who just came into my life. I pay high attention to where that name is said and when that name is made. And I would honor it. I would honor it to feast to your name, to honor that name, just like when you were born or awoken and received that name from spirit. I feel like you should feast to the name as well.
So do you think that's one of the 7 names?
Yes. I feel like you'll go through a piece of going back through your past life work, on your whole, your soul's journey. You seem to be working deeper and deeper into it. And as you go, you will peel layers within that. And I love it. I love that journey. What else would you like to
sound crazy, but I think I found my soul as somebody that's actually in the Bible. And I don't know, I've been looking for confirmations, validations, and anything that would make me think otherwise. And It's, I don't know, it's just been a lot to take in. And, I don't know, I feel like I'm getting ahead of myself, but at the same time, I'm getting validations and confirmations, and it's just kind of crazy. I don't know.
Well, because they're working with you. I just feel like spirit revealed something very, very big to you. Keep working with it, my girl. Keep going down that, because that awakening, that shift in your perspective is a really powerful shift. Okay. Thank you.
It is. Thank you so much.
So much love to you. And I love to hear more one day about where you wind up with that.
Yes. I hope we talk again in the future. You have a wonderful day.
Take care, my girl. Okay. Thank you. I've got Angela. Hello, Angela. I believe you were in Florida.
Hello. No.
Hello.
Yeah.
My name is Bernice.
Hello.
Oh, Kentucky. I'm sorry. You're Angela in Kentucky. That was my bad. Sorry. How can I help you today? How can I be of service? I have a few minutes, and I'm going to spend the last bit of my show with you. I'd like to help you in some way. How can I help?
Awesome. I mean, what is it that you do?
It's not really what I do. I'm a psychic medium. So I guess what question do you have? Any?
I don't have any.
Okay, so my gift,
just in general.
Okay, let me be me. I will do that for you. So my gift, my girl Angela, my gift is clairvoyance in a crazy, crazy way. And in all honesty, and 35 years of my readings have been recorded. So I'm going to start with just, what's the day and month of your birthday?
October.
October what?
12th.
Thank you. So
you're welcome.
So I'm going to go into your love life right away, and I'm going to talk about relationships. I'm going to talk about the last 18 months and the next 18 months, because you're at a bit of a pivot, my lovely little Libra, and I'm sending you lots of love. You're at a bit of a pivot in relationships. Whereas the this last 18 months, and not just romantically, even with friends and family, that you could have kind of been shown the truth of a few people that would have not been too much fun. And now you're going into, and you're going to have you're going to have a new playground to play in. You're going to have new friends, new relationships, new opportunities, new things kind of coming up, and you're going to have a bit of a hard time trusting it because it's still a bit of a bumpy ride till your birthday. Now, why I say that is because we're still sort of reeling from these really powerful eclipses we just had. And I'm showing you the truth of a few people. And I feel like this is the time to your birthday just to pick up the pieces around some relationships, just to observe, just to, and the other piece that sort of shows up, as you said, your birthday, and it's going to sound like kind of a weird jump that I'm making, but there's two men who passed away, like a father and a son, or like the dad and the brother, like he's like the two men who keep showing up with you. And I want to say that you have a man on your shoulder who's been gone for a while. He could have been gone for the last 9 or 10 years. And I feel like he shows up as a bit of a blessing. Like when he shows up on your shoulder, know that you're on the right path. There's something or a decision you're really going to have to make about where you live if you didn't just move your house, of course. But
I did. Where you moved not long ago.
Perfect. And that in that move, I feel like this is a time to also, you're going to be looking at your money, your work, your finances, you're solidifying something about that. And I feel like, remember I said on that pivot where the move and all of this could be all new beginnings. And I feel like don't commit to too much or don't say yes to too many things, because I feel like you could have a big draw on your time still. You could have endings and beginnings going on at the same time. And I don't want you to commit to too many new things until your birthday, because that's where your superpowers come in. You're past all these eclipses. You have a new moon reset. I feel like this fall is going to feel like a couple of really great things. The first really great thing is there's something about your health and well-being that you're really going to get on top of, like very disciplined in your health, your eating, your digestive tract, how you're feeling. The second piece you're really going to get on top of, even by your birthday, is something about your income, your work, what's going on there, how you like what you're doing, because I feel like you're going to be very determined around your independence, your money, what's going on there. And then I feel like the final piece is that there's a pivot in your love life. There could be a new beginning there that shows up as a real breath of fresh air. But I almost want to say that shows up after the health piece and the financial piece. That shows up maybe come April of 2025, very much so around your love life, which feels very, very positive. The last piece I'm going to leave you with, there might be some dental work on the docket. I don't know. I keep hearing this in my head as I talk to you. And that you might wind up just getting something with one of your molars. Could be a new filling or something that's replaced. Okay?
All right.
Thank you, my beautiful lady. I wish you a beautiful 7 days. And thank you to everyone who's tuned in to Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee. And I will see you in 7 days.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Astro Weather and Readings with Ashley June. Ashley June. Live from AshleyJune.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astro Weather and Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, I am Ashley from AshleyJune.com, here with your Astro Weather Report for the week of May 8th through 14th. And the big aspect of this week is that we are currently experiencing the new moon in Taurus. The new moon in Taurus is always the best time of the year to manifest abundance in your finances. So any type of I am statements and I have statements that you want to put out into the universe, say them out loud of I always have more than enough, or I always have more than enough money and resources. I like to say money and resources come to me all of the time from all of the directions with love. Always add that with love or easily, so that money is coming to you that you don't have to work super hard for. Taurus is the sign of money and food, wealth, abundance, anything that is tangible, and the springtime. It's the sign of the Empress card in the tarot deck, where the world is just exploding with new life. And this new moon is also going to be conjunct, which means the moon is meeting up with Uranus, the planet of surprise and like the thunderbolt, and Jupiter, the planet of expansion. So all three together in the sky are really giving this new moon a whole lot of powerful energy behind it. So if you like to do rituals or prayer candles, anything that you like to do during the new moon is all about planting new seeds. So this is about, what do I want to bring into my life this year? This is the new moon to do it regarding anything with your finances. So plant those seeds. And I am ready for taking some calls. We're going to take Courtney in Los Angeles. Hi, Courtney. How are you today?
Hi, Ashley. I'm good.
So nice to speak with you. Are you calling in for anything specific today?
Well, I'm writing my book, and I just wanted to know if you had any advice or insight on how it's going to go.
Okay. Let's see what we have here. Pull some cards for you. I'm working with my Archangel deck. I work with angels and higher dimensional light beings. And we'll see what's coming up for you. Ooh. Courtney. Okay. Got a couple of things coming up here for you first. First, I have the wheel with Archangel Michael. So the wheel is all about, sometimes we're up and sometimes we're down. It's also like the spinning of the wheel. You never know what it's going, where it's going to land. So this is a very open-ended card, but also positive changes. This is a powerful card. It's a court card. So it kind of seems like there's a lot of energy in the air here with this book. Have you put it out to be published? Are you trying to publish right now?
Because this is I'm still writing it. I wrote a screenplay. And I got some interest on it, but because it's, real people and, a lot of people are apprehensive. So it's autobiography.
I'm having that come up for you here too, the 5 of air. This is a card. It has a bunch of different beautiful unicorns talking to each other in this card, and it's reviewing everyone's motives. So what you're talking about there, I have that coming up for you here. And then also the ego card is coming up here as well. This is feeling like you're being trapped somehow. Do you feel like it was kind of shut down a little bit, this project?
Well, to make a movie out of it, I think that it's, it would have to get, permission and legal, and, it's a lot of that is what the agent told me when they passed on it. But it's a really good story, so I'm putting it in book form now.
I do. And then the next card's the 3 of water. And the 3 of water, a celebration and enjoying. So having fun with this is important. And then I have the 6 of earth coming up for you. So this could be something that's going to be lucrative for you.
Oh, good. Well, thank you, Ashley.
It's a new opportunity as well, the 6 of earth coming up here. But in the beginning, I do see that where you've had a little bit of stagnation there coming from other places. Let's see what else I've got. Knight of Earth coming up for you on the bottom of the deck there. And this Knight of Earth card is about really buckling down and working on your project to get things done. And then honoring your commitments. So this new commitment that you have to writing this book, keep going with that. And then the World card is coming up for you on top here. Also, Archangel Michael. I don't know if you work with angels at all, but you have Michael coming up for you twice in this reading. It's a job well done. The world opened up to you. It's beautiful. This card is just Archangel Michael in the middle with all of the elements surrounding him, earth, fire, water. So at the top of this situation, what I'm seeing is that you have the world open to you in this place with this book and this story that you've written. And then I also I use a chakra deck as well. And the card that's coming up here for you is actually the title page of this entire deck. It's a really special card. It's a beautiful card where it's like the back of a woman and her arms are lifted to the sky and she's wearing a dress that is covered in all of the different colors of the chakras. And what this energy card is about realizing the chakra mindset of realizing that you have all of the power that you need to be able to create what you want in your life and to make your dreams come true. And so with this new moon and Taurus energy, this is the best new moon of the whole year to really plant the seeds for what you want to manifest in your life regarding wealth and abundance. So what I would recommend to you to do regarding this project would be to write down some manifestation statements about what you want to bring into your life regarding this project, because these cards that are coming up here where you have the wheel, which could go any way, but you have the world is open to you and that chakra mindset. And then these earth cards that are coming up for you as well, you have the ability to put your intention into the universe to manifest what you'd like. So writing down I am statements, I have statements of what you want this project to be. Does that make sense at all, Courtney?
Yeah, no, that's a beautiful reading. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Was there anything else regarding this? I have a couple more that I can going to pull out here for you, see if I can get some more clarification here. So, that one's jumping right out. Oh my goodness, these are really good. This card is Shower of Prosperity. It's a card where it's literally a chest full of coins falling from the sky. So gold coins coming to you. This is going to be very lucrative for you. This is wealth, opportunity, success, and manifestation. So make sure you're doing that manifesting. And then I also have energy healing coming up for you. This card is 2 hands being held up, and there's green light in the hands, and that's healing energy, but that's also abundance energy, wealth energy, the color of money in your hands, both of these cards. This is going to be very, very lucrative for you. This is all about well-being and thriving. So you have the energy colors that are coming up for you are gold and green. The energy of money, gold, green dollars. Your heart chakra is the color of green. And then your solar plexus chakra, which is right below your heart. That's the energy center in our body where we're able to manifest and project into the world what it is that we want to bring in.
Great.
You said that you were going from you were trying to do a movie, and then now you're doing a book. You were doing screenwriting, and now you're turning it into a book.
Yes, exactly.
That's awesome.
It's action adventure. It's a tell-all. I'm dropping names and places, and it's. I had a lot of people read it, and they say that it's a cross between Forrest Gump and Angeline.
Oh, that sounds so awesome. I would love to read it. So then I'm using my Mike the Archangel deck here, and it's the number 33, which is a powerful manifestation number for you. You have so much good energy here for you. And this is a blessing in disguise. So being patient with what you're doing, you've had some bumps in the road or whatever, but you're making those changes, you're making the adjustments that you need to be making. And it says, have faith that your angels have this situation under control. And what comes now will be far better than you've ever dreamed. These are amazing cards that are coming. I'm so happy for you.
I'm happy.
I hope that someday I get to read your book, because everything coming up for you is very, very exciting energy here.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. And one more energy card, creativity, is coming up for you as well. It's a beautiful blue throat chakra card. It's like a woman dancing over a blue lotus in a beautiful blue dress. So continue with that creativity. Continue to use all of your gifts, Courtney. And I hope that I get to read your book someday, and maybe it will be turned into a movie as well. That would be amazing.
Yeah, it would be.
And one more, solar plexus again. So really stand in your power, girl. Be confident in yourself. You have everything that's here for you.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I am Andrea Bacon, and thank you so much for joining us. You are truly appreciated. So before we get to the message for this week, I thought that we could take a couple of minutes and do a present moment meditation. Since it's so easy to get caught up in our thoughts by taking a few moments out of our day, this grounded presence meditation, it uses our senses to enhance our thinking process, and it helps regulate the nervous system, as well as grounding scattered energy. So if you would like to, go ahead, get into a comfortable position, and just allow your body to settle into a sense of ease and grace. And you can either gently close your eyes or soften your gaze in front of you. And just taking a nice deep breath in and out, and feeling the support of the surface underneath you, grounding you and holding you steady. Now place your attention inwards and just notice the rhythm of your breath. And as you just witness your breath, it flows naturally. As you exhale, releasing any areas of constriction in your body. And you can just become aware of any thoughts that will inevitably arise, and just notice them and let them float by like clouds in the sky. And then returning your thoughts to your breath, which is always your center point in the present moment. And now, engaging our senses, we're going to deepen our connection to the present moment. So we're going to use our sight, so you can gently open your eyes and just notice a few things that you can see. And we're just embracing your surroundings with curiosity. And then you can just shift your attention to a few things that you can feel. So it might be any textures that are touching your skin, the sense of the ground beneath you, or even the air against your face. And just listen for a few things that you can hear, whether it's birds chirping, leaves blowing in the trees, or even just your own breath, your own heartbeat. Okay, and then moving on, noticing a few things that you can smell, connecting you with the present moment. And you can always imagine something like the smelling of fresh flowers, fresh cut grass, essential oils like lavender. And then just focus on one thing that you can taste, even if it's just your last meal. And by feeling grounded and connected to the world around you, placing your awareness on your heart and on your in-breath. And then when you exhale, release anything that is ready to be released. Okay, just allowing anything that you may have carried around with you just to settle to the ground, like leaves falling from a tree. Cultivating this sense of peace and lightness, and feeling gratitude for the present moment. Perhaps setting the intention to carry this grounded presence into the rest of your day. And know that you can return to this state of presence whenever you need it in order to anchor yourself in the present moment, no matter what challenges may arise. And we are going to set the 4 soul intentions. So you can just repeat them to yourself quietly after me. Joyful, energetic body. Alert, reflective mind. Loving, compassionate heart. Lightness of being. Aham Brahmasmi. I am the universe. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes if they're still closed. And I hope you enjoyed that. It's a great way to release any built up stress and return to a sense of interconnectedness. And it's actually releasing anxiety. It is for anxiety, that type of meditation where you're using your senses is really recommended for anxiety. So it's also something that I used when I was taking my meditation teacher certification class at Chopra, where I'm now a well-being coach, and I am going to be offering some coaching packages sometime really soon. I'm just getting that stuff together, and I will be announcing that. So if you're interested, look out for that. Okay, for today's message, now we're going to pull from the Goddess Guidance Oracle deck. And I have already pre-pulled the cards, but it's like this energy of being all dressed up and no place to go, because it's a good thing though. It's like you've built up yourself. Sorry, I was just trying to get that. Okay, it's like you've built up yourself, and it's this really beautiful thing here on many levels, because it's like you've alchemized a lot of energy from challenges in the past. You may have experienced a lot of disappointments and difficulties when, trying to reach some things, some goals, whether this be career related or relationships. It can be any area of life that you are kind of wanting some change and to make some progress in. And it may have taken a while, or what seemed like a while. You may have felt like things weren't working out for a while, but honestly, you're already successful, because look how far that you have come and everything that you've overcome and a lot of the patterns that you have dealt with, and now you're come into who you're really meant to be, or you're on your way. Okay, this is this version of you, this higher level of you. And I feel like there's so much clearing for a lot of us in our heart. It has to do with self-love. Now, there's this feeling of really needing to have this strong sense of self-love. And I think that was the key that was needing to be worked on the most. So, you may have lacked that in the past. So our spirit team is saying to take this time for healing out and this journey of self-love. And don't worry about things passing you by, because what's meant for you will not pass you by. It may take longer, but you're building a foundation here. It's this process of healing to do what's needed for self-love to be really strong. And because self-love is actually what your dreams are built on. So it's the foundation for the solid ground to be built on. And because in the past you may have lacked appreciation for yourself, there's this strong, need to do whatever you were trying to do, coming from this sense of self-love. And this could be, like I said before, we could be talking about commitments and relationships, career. Different people are going to have different needs that they are trying to work on, and maybe it's all of it. But, some of you are trying to make, when it comes to relationships, certain relationships work, or trying to force certain relationships to work because you thought it was right for you or that was the right one for you. But it turned out that, and maybe they were not very healthy for you and perhaps didn't work out. And so it's like this energy of self-love now that you are being guided to undertake if you haven't already. But that was the key in order to make a lot of things come into fruition that you may have been feeling like you've been, held back on. So this gives you a deeper connection to yourself and your spirit team in order to help you make progress and take action steps that are guided, so that you can clearly hear your guidance and practice the art of allowing. And so there's this art of allowing is about finding balance between taking action and then allowing the universe to do its magic. And it's important to let go of the attachment to the outcome. When you trust the process of life, things unfold in the way that is for the highest good of all involved. And this will allow us to be open to abundance and to connection to our creativity, which is huge when talking about abundance and allowing things to flow. And then we'll be noticing more synchronicities, those winks from the universe. It brings unexpected blessings or blissings, which I like to call it now. But we can hear our intuition better when we practice the art of allowing and allow our spirit team and guides and angels to come in so that we can have more clarity on the things that we are trying to work on. And it's all built upon that beautiful self-love. And of course, it comes in a perfect timing, divine timing, however that is for you. But this is what we talk about when we are talking about co-creating with the universe. And so I hope this message helped you in some way today. And if you are interested in any readings or anything that I have going on, you can check out my Stan store at stan.store/mediumandrea. And you can always email me at andrea.bacon444@gmail.com. So I hope you have a beautiful day and a beautiful week. And thank you so much for joining me. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is Tuesday afternoon at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, and I am thrilled to be here as always. It got a little cold today here in Ohio, so I am coming to you live from Dayton, Ohio. My name is Reverend Maria Leggett, and I am happy to be here. Being able to serve spirit is one of the things that I really enjoy being able to do. I spent so many years on a different left-brained path, if I could actually say that properly. And my life has changed so much. I don't miss working in a corporate environment for other people. I love being able to serve spirit, even though I have some really hard lessons still come from spirit. They're like, hey, this is what we want you to do. And you have to learn the hard lessons. And so I am just, sitting here every day in gratitude for all of the wonderful things that have come my way and for being able to serve each and every one of you, whoever pops onto the show, and being able to help you on your path and do the things that you do. So I am very grateful for all of that. That being said, we had the Aurora Borealis here in Ohio, and I missed it. I don't know how I missed it. My kids saw it. Nobody thought to tell old mom. So I missed it. I was busy doing classes and writing stuff, and I didn't even know. Of course, I don't listen to the news either, and I don't watch TV very often. So that's probably how I didn't know the Aurora Borealis was actually here. But I loved seeing all the pictures of it in my Facebook news feed. And so if any of you are on Facebook and would like to follow me, you can find me at Maria Leggett Medium, and I am on Instagram as well. And my website is MariaLeggett.com. And I have this amazing membership going on right now. And there are 3 different soul levels. And so we have the awakened souls, the empowered souls, and the enlightened souls. And each one of those paths has something different to it, where we walk through working with spirit, working with the moon, working with all kinds of different things. And I would love to see each and every one of you in there. If you just go to MariaLeggett.com/mysoulgroup, and you can find the information there. And with that, I would like to welcome Dana to the show. Hi, Dana. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am doing wonderful. How may I be of service to you?
My parents passed away a few years ago, and I'm just really missing them and wondering if they're around.
Oh, I can tell you absolutely they're around. Parents are always, our family members always come back to us and always come to us. It's a matter of how they come. So is there anything specific you want to ask them?
Not that I can think of, no.
Okay. So I'm just going to get quiet for a moment and ask them, okay, Dana's parents. What they show me is that one would have passed first and the other one would have followed shortly after. Does that make sense?
Yes, very shortly after.
Yeah, they don't show it to me as though it was a together thing. It was one and then the other.
Correct.
And they show me there's this, the way that they show it to me is though there's this powerful bond between them, which is why one would have passed away right after the other. Does that make sense?
Not at all, actually. They were divorced for many years and couldn't stand each other.
Well, and it's funny because you say that, and here's what I can tell you. I'm looking at them and they're showing me, it's a very weird symbol I have. I love watching Harry Potter, but they're showing me the unbreakable bond. And so even though they were not together, there was an agreement between the two of them and how much they cared about each other on the other side, because we have all the human stuff that happens here. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so from the other side, it was like, so the way that I perceive it is that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but the way that I see it is though mom would have gone first and then dad shortly thereafter.
No, it was the other way. My dad passed in February and then my mom passed in June.
Okay. Because she shows me
unless it's my stepdad, because he passed the following November.
Okay.
I got three parents out there, so it could be difficult.
I see that. I see. No. Please don't apologize. What I can see is mom extends her hand out and welcomes over her love. And then we have one who's on the side of all of that. So we're going to talk about dad being on the side of all of that. But mom shows me where she would have passed first and she welcomed her partner in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so that would have been my stepdad, and that was a little over a year after her.
Okay. They're showing me that, how do I explain this? You were raised by all of them. They all participated in the human being that you've become right now, because they're all claiming responsibility for, we all took care of her. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And then they all left me at the same time.
And okay, mom,
I don't know.
The way that I see mom puts her hands over her heart and she says, I know how hard this was for you. She says, she shows it to me as though you slowly watched your lifelines and your anchors disappear right in front of you. And it left you feeling as though you were just kind of hanging out in the wind. Does that make sense?
Literally, yes. My parents were all me and my son had, and then they were gone, and all I had was my son.
She says, we know that you are stronger than you give yourself credit for. You believe that you needed to lean on us. And the thing is, she says, we are still here, because she shows it to me as though you would sit down on a chair or a couch and have her picture or somebody's picture in front of you, looking at it and crying, saying,
I literally just sat down in front of like the thing that I have for them and started crying.
Perfect.
Like at the moment you said that.
So that's what she's showing me. That means that she's with you right now while we're having this conversation, because there's no way I could have known that. And she says to me, I'm right there with you every time you talk to me. I hear you when you talk. And she says that you carry, she shows me a lot of anxiety across your chest for, how do I move through this? I feel like I'm completely alone. And she says, we want you to know you are not alone. We are all around you when you need us.
I've been talking to them a lot more lately with some stuff I'm going through, and it definitely hasn't felt like they're here.
All right, so show me. She's also got a little bit of a sense of humor too, your mom does, because she says she's showing me like where the picture would be. It's like, we might want to dust a little here.
Yes,
so I just laugh. I'm like, okay, so we're going to do the mom thing, right? You need to dust your house a little. And I'm like, she's crying. She's really...
I'm in the process of trying to sell my house, and so where all her stuff is just kind of got thrown in a corner, and yeah, it needs to get dusted.
She says she wants you to know that no matter what, and I feel like I have to say it exactly this way, no matter what she would have said to you while she was here on earth, she doesn't want you to hold on to anything that's going to weigh you down, and just let go of things. Does that make sense?
It does. Our last encounter wasn't the most positive.
She shows me
the last time I saw her.
She shows me her being in a little bit of an agitated state because she wasn't feeling well. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because she shows me as though it would have been like a bickering back and forth kind of thing, like not the way, something that you would have thought, in a couple of days we'll talk about it, everything's going to be okay, but then nothing was okay. Does that make sense?
It does, because everything spiraled out of control with her health, and I was able to talk to her, but she'd had strokes and was not able to talk back.
Yeah, that makes complete sense, because she's like, I feel like the right side of my face is starting to slide, so that makes complete sense to me, because I don't have control over the muscles over there. But she wants you to know, how much she loves you, and that she is sorry for the agitation and the state that she was in for your last conversation. She says, I want you to stop going over that conversation repeatedly in your head for what you could have said differently. She said, because it doesn't matter. She said, I need you to know that I love you. I need you to know that you're going to be okay. And I need you to know that we are all around you while you're doing the things that you need to do. And she says, all you have to do is reach out to help for us and ask us, hey, listen, let me sell this house to the highest bidder, and they will take care of that for you so you can get the most bang for your buck. Does that make sense?
It does. It's been a struggle, and I've been begging them to let this next one be the buyer. And she shows it to me as though it's really important for you to downsize. Downsize, get rid of some things, go into something smaller. Wow. That hits home a lot. Good. I'm glad. She wants you to know just how much they are watching you. Good. Thank you. Do they have anything for my son, especially my dad, maybe? My son misses my dad so much. They just show me, that they come to him in the dreams. So for the dreams that your son thinks he's having, those are visitations. So let him know that they love him and that he's not alone either. And that when he lays down at night, he's going to see them in his dreams. So I just want to say thank you very much, Dana, for being on the show. I am so grateful for you being here, and I wish you nothing but the best moving forward. And I want to say thank you to all of you for joining me today on the show. I would love to see you here next week. And if you have time and are interested, go to marialeggett.com/mysoulgroup and look at all of the amazing possibilities that I have going on, where you can start to learn to connect with your inner band of guides, your outer band of guides, doing moon ceremonies, and even sitting in group coaching with me with other women who are really interested in what they're doing. So thank you very much, and I hope you all have an amazing rest of the day.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Ravengale Tarot with LJ Ravengale. Live from Ravengale.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Ravengale Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. I am LJ, and this is Ravengale Tarot on A1R Psychic Radio. To reach me directly, you can go to ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. We are taking live calls, but as they are queuing up, I thought I'd do a quick reading for someone out there who needs to hear it. This 3-card spread is from the Osho Zen Tarot. This deck's artistry is based on Buddhism, but it is formatted like a traditional tarot deck. The imagery is beautifully rendered. So here we go. In the past position, we have nothingness, in which in the traditional tarot is going to be the high priest. And nothingness is depicted as a plain black space. And the secret to this card and the joy of this card is that this is about creation and manifestation. What you think about and where you invest your feelings is what's going to manifest. And in the present position, we have friendliness, which in the traditional tarot is the 2 of Cups. And friendliness depicts 2 different trees growing together, sharing root space. Their branches and leaves are intertwined, yet they are still 2 separate trees. And the secret to this card is it's about how people relate to one another without taking ownership or setting boundaries on the experience. And then in the future position, we have understanding, which in the traditional tarot is the Page of Cups. And this card is depicting a bird in the bird cage and the door is open. And so with this particular card, really what the secret is that this cage is of the bird's own creation. And this door has always been open. So the bird is ready to fly free and all things are possible. And I see we have a caller. Hello. Believe that was Rosalind in Richmond. How are you?
I'm well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Thank you. How can I help you?
I just would like anything to come today.
Okay. Well, I can put down a general spread. It will take most of our time, but we should be able to get one additional question in after that if that works for you.
Okay.
Okay, and one more. So this general spread that I'm putting down is called an auric reading. And literally it just reads everything that's in your aura. And so we're going to start with the first card down. And the first card is security. And we're coming up with the 5 of Swords reversed. In clarity, we have the Magician reversed. In will and vision, we have the 6 of Pentacles reversed and the 10 of Swords reversed. In the heart, we have the 8 of Pentacles reversed. In courage, we have the 9 of Pentacles. But in joy, we've got the 9 of Cups reversed. In understanding, we have the King of Wands with the 10 of Wands reversed. And in wisdom, we've got the 4 of Swords. Just a couple more cards to put down. In excellence, we've got the King of Pentacles with the 2 of Cups reversed. And then the one card that sums up this whole spread is the 6 of Swords. And so what this one card is saying with the 6 of Swords, if you can see it, you've got two things on here. You've got the stork down in the bottom, and you've got the phoenix at the top raising up out of the flames. And so 6 is the number of decisions. And so you've been making some really hard decisions lately as far as what you need to sacrifice in order to gain something, to be able to move forward. And I can see here with all these cards that I've put down that you've been in a really tough position. So I'm trying to see here how I can help with this. In security, with the Five of Swords reversed, you can see some swordsmen fighting, and you've got the girl behind the tree, and she's very safe. She's very secure back there, but it's a very frightening position to be in. And what this has to do with is 5 is the number of your thoughts and your patterns, the way that you organize your thoughts. And you've been in a very defensive position. You've been unclear with the Magician reversed as far as how to cope with all of this. How can I help you with this?
I don't know. I guess I need some, I don't know. I feel like I've been trying to, be more balanced and not take things too serious, but also try to be proactive.
Mm-hmm.
But I still feel like the same way. Like
okay.
Get somewhere, I don't never really get anywhere.
All righty. Well, the most positive card that I have in this spread is Encourage, and that is with the 9 of Pentacles. And I'm going to go ahead and show this card to you. As you can see, she's a very pregnant woman walking through a field of sunflowers. And so really, you've been using your courage to try and create something new, and to be able to hold up the hope that those flowers are all about. And that's with courage. And I think what I'm going to do is I think I can be of most help for you looking into the future a little bit more, rather than talking about all the areas in your life where you're just struggling. Is there something in your work environment that you'd like to look at, or do you want to look at relationships?
I guess war relationships, it doesn't matter. Work's most important to you.
Work is the most important thing?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So let's take a look at your future. It's a 3-card spread. We'll take a look at the future here with your work. And in the past position, we've got the 5 of Wands. And, okay, there is some good news coming. Thank goodness. You work with quite a few people. Got a lot of people cards coming up here. Okay, this is a short-term problem. This is not something that's going to go on for a long period of time. And the reason why I can say that is I can see in the past where with the 5 of Wands, we have you here with the man with the stave holding off all these other people. And Wands have to do with the way that your mind works, your creativity. And in essence, you've been in a very defensive position. And we saw this in the previous spread. In the present, you've got the 2 of Cups reversed. And that 2 of Cups reversed, you can see here, you've got the boy chasing the girl up the cliff. And he's not really, he's having a lot to overcome to try and catch up with this gal that's running away. And then in the future position, here's your positive card. You've got the 7 of Cups. And 7s, they have to do with actions taken, and they also have to do with the way that you organize things to succeed in moving forward. So we've had you here in a very difficult time period, and you're not feeling very fulfilled in what you're doing at the moment. It's like you're chasing the endless dream here. But moving forward with the 7 of Cups, you're going to have the opportunity to work more in partnership with the people that you work with, and feeling like your cups are filled rather than feeling like they're empty, or that you're just chasing something without having any chance of holding on to anything. And then moving into what supports this, you've got the 5 of Cups reversed. Do you struggle with depression?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that's what I'm seeing here. That's what I'm seeing here with the 5 of Cups. And you can see that I'll hold that back up again for you. You can see that you've got the man with working there at the dam of the stream, and all that water is your emotions. So we have you damming things up. And so what's going to be your challenge for you is to go ahead and step out of that depression. And I know that's difficult to do. Do you work with a therapist?
I do have one.
Okay. Then I would spend some time with the therapist and talking about this work situation on what you can do to rise above these things that you feel that are just that are too deep for you to feel. And then moving into this a little bit further is you've got a lot of people with princes and princesses and queens, and I'm going to say that these are the people that you work with. And then along with that, you've got the 10 of Pentacles, which is one of the ultimate happy cards. So really here, you're going to be able to create the castle and live in the castle. And that is awesome news for you. And then you're going to have the 2 of Swords moving forward. And that is just having the momentum and that pressure to just move forward. So this is something that just isn't going, it's going to move forward for you. And I see we don't have a lot of time left. Do you have a quick question for me?
I guess, do you see me in a relationship or anything maybe in the near future?
That I don't have enough time to talk about right now, but what you can do is you can reach out to me at my website at ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. Or message me directly on Facebook at Ravengale Tarot.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Until we talk again, may you and yours have the best of happiness. With thanks, blessed be.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello, live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and Lightning Television. And we're delighted to have you here as a guest on the #1 Psychic Radio Network on Earth. I'm your host. I'm John Capello, and I'm a psychic medium from the North Texas area. And this is our weekly podcast where we debunk the skeptics. So we like to talk about psychic things and psychic events and impressions. And today's no different. Today I want to talk a little bit about precognition. Now, you might not think that you've had a precognitive event in your life, but if you've ever had a hunch, or you've ever had a gut feeling, or if something just came to you to where you had a solution for something, or you knew how to fix something, then that could be a precognitive psychic event or a psychic impression. You know, these things happen so fast for us, and they're just so natural that we don't consider them to be psychic, but they are. And the reason why a lot of times we have psychic precognition is to prepare us for an event. Now, some people see their future wife or their future husband. They see, some say they see the lottery numbers. I wish I did. But some people can visualize future events. A lot of times people visualize something negative, something, an accident, or someone passing away. And precognition prepares us, especially when it comes to something that's negative. It prepares us for something that we may have to deal with, and so we're not so taken by surprise. And it's a good thing that the universe, God, allows us to have, so that we can function, because a lot of times when we have such a shock or we have such a difficult situation that we might be facing, it's important that we have that heads up. And if we have that heads up, then we're able to get through that, at least that initial time period, to handle the situation in the best possible way. You know, a lot of times people, when they have an event, they kind of become a little numb. They defer their feelings to later, after some time has passed, and that's a defensive mechanism, and it's part of the grief process, the shock and denial. Those things are important as well when you're dealing with precognition, because if you become a little bit numb, and I'm writing about that in my upcoming book about grief. It's a kind of the numb phase of the shock and denial stage of grief. If you're numb, it helps you get through those initial stages, those stages where you have to take care of, I hate to say, the business of dealing with someone's tragedy or a tragedy. It helps you get things organized. It helps you do things that are needed in order to take care of the final needs of a loved one or a situation. Or it helps you make decisions clearly. If you have to make a decision that requires something like an operation or another quick decision. So you can't be overly emotional, or you can't be catatonic, or you can't be someone that is in total straitjacket, so to speak, or paralyzed. So precognition can help prepare you for those situations that might be coming up. Now, precognition can come to you in so many different ways. And we're going to talk about that as we go through the program. But one of them is through feelings. And that's why, if you've ever heard of the term gut feeling, then you know that a gut feeling can be something which is precognitive of an event, because you might not have felt good about going on a trip, or you might not felt good about meeting someone, or you might not have felt good about entering into a contract with someone. And it's good to pay attention to these gut feelings and inspect them. And like with all psychic impressions, you want to pay attention to them, but you don't want them to necessarily rule you, okay? Because you want to be able to take some time to evaluate the situation and have your physical and psychic senses become, both basically on the same page. And if you have reason to pause because of a gut feeling or another impression, then sometimes it's good to talk to someone, maybe a psychic, maybe someone else that you trust, to sort out your reservations that you have. So it's a good defense mechanism. It's one of the reasons why we have psychic ability, so we can have that precognition. And so we'll talk a little bit about that after our first caller. So today we have our first caller in Sherry in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. So Sherry, welcome to the program. Thank you for calling.
Thank you very much.
Okay, have you called in before?
No, I haven't.
You haven't? Okay. Well, Sherry, has there been a loss around you? It seems like you have a man on your mind. Is there a situation with a man that you're dealing with?
No, but I've had a female relative that's passed.
You have a female relative. Was she a very, very strong personality?
I'm sorry?
Did she have a very strong personality?
Yes.
Okay, that might be why I thought maybe it was a man, but because it just seems like she was very forceful in the way that she handled things. I don't know. I'm still getting some male energy here. Do you have a father in spirit?
No.
No. Okay. There's another gentleman around you, but I'm going to stick with the female energy that's come in. So this is a lady that it feels like she interacted with you very closely. Was she a business partner, or she wasn't a sister or anyone? Or was she? Because it just seems like the two of you really engaged one another quite a bit. Does that make sense?
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, this is a person that says that she's okay. She says that it's no sweat. No sweat, she says. This is a person that seemed to tackle problems and as they came. And she says, I like to wrestle whatever situation comes along and get control of it. And she just wants you to know that she's at peace. Okay. So this is a person that may have been a matriarch of a family, but now, was there illness around her?
Yes.
Okay. It seems to me that the illness beat her, of course, but she conquered it in the end because she's okay now. But it just seemed, was this cancer or anything?
It was a hemorrhagic stroke.
A stroke? Okay. Because it just seemed to cover her entire body, and she had no control over recovery. She had no recovery ability. Okay. And
that's right.
And
yes.
So I'm just going to tell you, it really made her mad. It made her really mad because nothing worked, and so she just. But it happens when someone becomes so ill, and cancer does that too. When it metastasizes, it just gets to the point to where the person feels like, there's just nothing I can do here. And so that's why I feel like she wanted to go quickly afterwards, because she didn't want to be around you. She wasn't that type of person that liked to be, kind of caged, so to speak, in her body.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
So she just says, I'm free of all of that. And she just says, she says, I know so many people here. So does she know a lot of family members in spirit? Does she have a husband or a father in spirit?
Her parents and her sister are the closest.
Okay, she must have been close to her father because there's certainly a man here that's around her, and so now also, did she ever like to be around horses or around big animals or live out in the country at all?
She loved country drives. Going for drives out to the country. Going for drives out to the country.
Okay, because she seemed to love that, love the outdoors, and love the fresh air and things like that. So she may not have been able to enjoy that like she wanted to in this life, but she certainly is there now, and she loves the sunshine. And so in Canada, sometimes you don't have full all the light that we have maybe down here in Texas, but she sure loved the sunshine. That's what she tells me. So now, do you have a question for her? She says.
I guess how she liked how we memorialized her.
Was she cremated or anything? Was she cremated?
Yes.
She's talking about jewelry. She's talking about some jewelry. Did the other people get her jewelry?
It's been split among us, but I have most of it.
You have most of it? Okay, because she's saying the best memorial for me, and she enjoyed what you must have done for her, okay? Because it just seems like, did all of you gather together and hold hands or anything?
Not holding hands, but we all gathered together, and myself and my two cousins, we did the service together.
Okay, did y'all stand in a circle at all or anything like that?
No, but side by side.
Side by side, okay. I don't know why I'm seeing you kind of standing in a circle around her remains, but she just says.
Okay, that was probably at the cemetery.
Oh, at the cemetery. Around, you were standing in a circle around her, around where she was placed to rest.
Yeah, like a half circle sort of thing.
Half circle. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, because it just seems to me like that was very moving for her. And she just says that she wants to thank everyone for coming. She says she really felt the love that all of you had for her. And she knows, she says she knows sometimes she could have been a pain, but she says, but I wasn't all bad. Okay. So, so she just sends her love to you, and she just talks about the jewelry, do what you want with it, but she hopes that if you keep it, that you will always remember her and remember the good times that you had with her. Okay?
For sure.
All right. So thank you very much. I appreciate you calling in, Sherry.
Well, thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So I want to talk a little bit more about precognition because, skeptics will say that, well, if you're a psychic, you must see the future. Well, you only see a future. You don't see the future. You see something that could happen and something that has not come to fruition. But it's very much metaphysical in the sense that it is something that exists. It just exists beyond the physical. It exists in a feeling. It exists in a vision. It exists in a dream. Many times precognition comes in dreams, and people will tell me, and they come to me all the time with their dreams, and tell me that, oh, I dreamt this and it did happen. Well, that's depending on what it was. We're glad that we're given that opportunity to have that heads up. And because it's important, it's important for our well-being. And we're the only species that really has that detailed type of precognition. Now, they say that animals can have instinct, or animals have a little bit of that, like they can anticipate when someone's coming to the door, or they can anticipate certain things, but not quite like humans can, because their souls are just they're not as advanced as ours. So it's important to know that precognition is truly a gift. But also, if you have precognition, you have to realize that this is not the only part of your psychic abilities. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit after our next caller. Our next caller is Erica in Kansas City, Missouri. So, Erica, how about those
Hi,
Chiefs?
How are you?
How about those Kansas City Chiefs?
They're pretty good, I think.
Pretty good, aren't they? They sure are.
Yes,
so, so Erica, pardon me, I'm sorry.
I said, yes, they are.
They are. So I know you're proud of them. People in Kansas and Missouri, they're just very, very bonded to their team. And so I have to be careful when I come up there, because I don't want to get beat up. But Erica, do you have children?
I do have children. I have a daughter. She's about to graduate this weekend. So yes.
Graduating this weekend from high school?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Erica, it seems to me that have you not been feeling well?
I've been feeling okay, but I just a little probably not 100% like okay, but I'm not really sick or anything like that.
Okay. Well, I don't want you to be sick, but I just felt like you might have maybe a little bit queasy, a little bit stomach, or a little bit, just feeling a little punk today. I don't know why, I just felt that. But do you have a question for me today?
So I was just calling in to see, because I turned 50 this year, and then my daughter is about to go off to college and things like that. So I think I'm going through a little bit of a pre-empty nest syndrome, and so I was just wondering what you could possibly see for like companionship or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that might be one reason why you're not feeling too good too, because you're going to miss your daughter.
Yeah.
But when one door closes, another one opens, and so this is not just new opportunities for your daughter as she goes off to college and begins the next stage of her life, or the beginning of her adult life on her own. It feels like she might be going away to school. But this is an opportunity for you to make new plans, for you to look to the future for yourself, and see it as a point of beginning, because it's also a point of accomplishment. Because when we raise our kids and we get them through high school, it's kind of that moment, that you made it, because you started that journey many years ago with them just being the little ones, and you've been through a lot, and the journey's not over, but it has changed. It's changed, and you're still going to be there for your daughter, but for you, this is a time for you to maybe start getting rid of some things in the home. Now, are you by yourself, or are you married?
No, I'm by myself.
You're by yourself, okay. Because it just feels like, this is a time for you to just start clearing some things, and start maybe some home improvement projects, and start looking for new goals and new opportunities, new people to come into your life. Now, right now, I just don't feel like you really want a relationship at the moment. But as time goes on, there may be some new opportunities in that area as well. So this is a time for you to kind of enjoy the college life that your daughter is getting ready to undertake now. Because the thing is, the families participate in a lot of parent activities or sports or different things that the college or university has to offer. So I would look into those things as well. But this is a time for you to also renew friendships or closer to girlfriends or other friends that you had. So this is a point to start new things. And so I know I'm being a little vague. I'm not telling you to start a new job or anything, but that may happen too. But you may want to, that looks like you might do things in the garden. Are you a gardener?
No, not really a gardener. I'm a baker, but I'm not a gardener.
You're a what? A painter?
A baker.
A baker? Okay. Okay, you're a baker. Well, can't bake too much because it's going to put too much on. Yeah. But it seems like you like to make things. So so these are things that you just need to start to look to the new opportunities because they're going to be there, and as the busier you are, the you won't be getting lonely. Okay.
Okay.
But it's like I say, I wish I could see a new relationship coming, but it seems to me like you're very hesitant in trying to be involved with someone new at this time. Is that right?
Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah, I do get a little hesitant when meeting new people.
You get hesitant meeting new people? Yeah. That's why I think that you're going to be doing projects and stuff on your own. And trying to build some happiness and joy in that way, and always look forward to hearing from your daughter. And your daughter's going to come home. She's not. I don't think she's going to stay away from home or build a life in a new area. I think she's going to come back to the area you're living in. So that's kind of what I'm seeing for you, Erica. And so I hope that was somewhat helpful.
That was. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. So thank you. Okay. So I want to get back to precognition a little bit because precognition is something that is very helpful. But if you only feel like you have that ability, then I would say to you that you're probably not paying attention. Okay. Or you may feel that precognition is the only way that your psychic ability is expressing itself. And I would say that that's not true. Now, I've talked about precognition in the past on the program, but I like to have these topics revolve because we're always getting a new audience, and I want to revisit things. But the reality is that psychics generally see the past first, okay? And then they see the present, and then they see a future. It's just that if you're not trained or you're not used to looking at someone's past, you just assume that it's maybe none of your business, or it may be so obvious to you that you don't see it as a psychic impression. It's not something that you would call a psychic impression if you see someone's past, but it is because you do not know it, or you didn't realize those events happened to them until you saw it or you experienced it around them. See, the past is more solid energy. It's solid, and so it feels comfortable. It's a comfortable energy. Now, if it's a bad event, well, obviously that's not comfortable, but it's something that you pick up more quickly than you would a future. Not unless it's on someone's mind. I can't tell you there's a hard fast rule to any one thing, but generally it's the past you pick up first, and then a hidden future, a hidden present, and then a future, a presumed future. So those are some of the things I wanted to say about precognition today. I also want to let you know that we are going on our third week of the Monday Astrologer, and we're getting into some nitty-gritty stuff. And if you ever decide you want to take the Monday Astrologer, we'll start it up again here later on in the year after this course is finished. But astrology, you have to take it in bits and pieces and then put it together. And that's what we're doing with that. And then also we've started our classes on mediumship for those that qualify for the mediumship classes. And tonight we're going to be discussing a lot of the areas of grief that people experience and what to look for when a spirit comes to you who's experienced a certain tragedy, you see. So now that this class is based on my book, Open the Mind, Heal the Heart. And it's my first book about grief. My second book about grief is going to be more about the stages of grief and the phases within it. So within each of the stages. And so I hope to get those published in the next year and a half. And I've got 2 more children's books that I'm really happy with the stories, but I got to get them polished. So I'll get those done as soon as I can. And it just takes time. You know, I'm kind of fussy about how I produce things. And I'm glad I am because I'm usually pleased with the finished product. So it's getting close for us to end our program today. I hope that you will keep me in mind if you would like a psychic reading. You can just go to john@johncapello.com. If you'd like to take some courses from me, be sure to watch for them. Now, this weekend, we're going to be at the Holistic Festival in Fort Worth. We didn't do the festival last weekend because of Mother's Day. And I want to be sure to say happy belated Mother's Day to all the moms out there. I didn't mention it last weekend, but I wanted to this weekend. So I also want to talk about our sponsor, Miracles of Joy. Be sure to use their promo code PSO223 on their website and buy a bunch of stuff from them. So you can binge watch our show on Moonstruck TV. And I want to say you be sure to tune in to Amanda Hall, who's coming up here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network here in just a couple more minutes. So with that, I want to thank all of you once again for joining me today. I'm John Capello. I'm a psychic medium, and this is the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. So long.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psych with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this planet of ours. Isn't it interesting to see how political sort of arenas are playing out around the world? Everybody seems to be jumping and dancing to different tunes and sort of trying to sort things out. Let's hope that they find some sort of resolution in the Middle East, that we can get a permanent ceasefire there. That would be amazing, and followed by Ukraine, and then the world would be a much more peaceful place. We can always hope, and we can always live in positive energy, hoping for the best possible outcome for things that are happening around the world. So in our part of the world this week, it's the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is called the Ace of Cups. Now, the Ace of Cups is the offer of
is the card of security, but it's also the offer of a helping hand. And that's why I brought up about the trouble in the Middle East, and, we're looking at a potential ceasefire there, for even if it is only temporary, that maybe, just maybe, with a card like this coming out for the week, maybe we can offer to give people around us a helping hand, that maybe we can make things a little bit brighter, a little bit better for the people that are in our little universe. And sometimes just by being there and giving somebody that emotional support, or your offer of emotional support, or anything that I can do, can I bake you a pie, can I do this, can I pick the kids up from school, can sometimes be the turning point in somebody's week, that finally that, somebody does care, and it just takes that little bit of pressure off somebody. It's a really positive card. It's a lovely card. To me, it's a card that sort of says everything's going to be right with our world, even if it is only temporary, because we've got the divine hand here. We've got, somebody offering a helping hand, whether that's coming from a divine place, or whether it's coming from your neighbour, or somebody close to you, or somebody that you've never met before. Sometimes we randomly meet people in a shopping centre and they become our new best friend. So this week, astrologically, I'm going to call it the Taurus show, because just about every planet's sitting in Taurus, or that's what it feels like at the moment too. I know I've been banging on for a little while now on the show that I've never seen in all the years I've been in astrology, which has been over 40 years. I've never seen such a concentration of energy all in sort of a very small sector of the zodiac, because the zodiac wheel is actually 360 degrees in circumference. And what I'm talking about is there's a lot of concentration in just about 90 to 95 degrees. And that's a very small portion of 360 degrees. So it feels like that everything sort of seems to be stuck. It's not stuck. Things are still moving. Things are still moving around the universe. It's just that this is where the planetary configuration is at the moment, and it's sort of the intensity is there. So I'm going to talk about Taurus quite a lot. Now, when I talk about Taurus, I'm talking about the other signs of Virgo, Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. But what that means for the rest of the 8 signs is this energy is also applicable to you. It's just in a more watered down sort of form. So it's not as intense. It's not something that you really have to get overly excited about. Yes, be aware of it. Work with the energy. Don't try and fight it. And I think that's one of the biggest problems we have as human beings. Somebody says, oh, no, you can't do that, and say, just watch me. And we tend to do that even on an astrological front. If, we're given some pearls of wisdom there of how to handle our week or what's going on, we think, oh, that doesn't apply to me. I'm going to do this, that, and the other. And then when we find things become difficult, or they're not as easy as we thought, we think, oh, maybe there was something in that. So maybe, just maybe, for the first time in a long time, maybe we should work with the energy, or try and work with the energy instead of against it. Maybe things will just become that little bit easier. I'm not going to say everything's going to be perfect. There's nothing perfect in life. It's always about how we perceive something, how much energy we put into something, and whether it's right for us too. Don't forget, the universe has the master plan in their hand. We're only trying to be mere mortals here, trying to interpret what is in the heavens and what the heavenly bodies are starting to share with us. So we've got Venus, the planet of love and affection, is sitting in Taurus, holding hands or conjunct the moon. Now, the moon is the emotional planet. Venus is the planet of love and affection, or where we look for the pretty things in our lives. The moon is our emotions. Now, our emotions aren't always on an upward beat. Sometimes our emotions are a little bit more on the negative side, or a little bit on the melancholy side. So we need to be aware of that here. Just because we've got Venus holding hands with the moon doesn't mean everything's happy and happy joy in our love life, or that we're going to attract a wonderful new partner. It just means that our emotions are heightened. Yes, we are feeling comfortable because Venus is back in its own sign of Taurus. So Venus feels very comfortable here. The moon doesn't feel quite as comfortable here because the moon doesn't like to feel stuck. And because Taurus is such a fixed energy, the moon sometimes can feel a little bit uncomfortable here. Now, we've got the moon conjunct or holding hands, what's known as an Arabian part, which is where we're looking for the joy in our lives, where we're looking for what's known as the part of fortune, where we're looking to bring things to a conclusion, where we're looking for the utmost in what we can achieve in our life. Now, the part of fortune is also conjunct or holding hands the sun in Taurus. So happy birthday to all the Taurians, as we're nearly, we're about halfway through the Taurian energy for this year. So we've got still quite a few birthdays to come. So it's really interesting when you put these things together. if you were searching for new love, regardless of your sign, I'm going to suggest to you that you start looking in places that bring you some sort of joy. Now, it could be an art gallery, it could be going to the swimming pool, it could be taking up hockey, it could be taking up mosaics, it could be anything that gives you joy. Now, by doing that, let's hope then that you're going to places where you're going to meet other people. If you're a female seeking a male companion, well, there's not much point in taking up flower arranging, is there? Because I don't know too many men that are going to go to flower arranging classes that you're going to potentially meet the love of your life. So we need to be looking at places where there's a mixture of people so that we can broaden our horizons on the people that we could meet. And sometimes we need to sort of take the emotion out of the situation that sort of, yes, okay, Venus is conjunct the moon, but we don't always have to be looking at it in an emotional way. We could be looking at it in a nice dreamy sort of way of looking at the moon and daydreaming and saying, oh, wow, I wish upon the moon for my new love. Let's turn it into a positive. So because we've got the part of fortune there doesn't mean that this, the next person that comes into your life is going to be filthy rich. It just means that this is something that's going to be, that's a very fortunate position to put you in. And it's a time to shine. So, with it being in Taurus with the sun sitting here, I'd be looking at Taurian type of things, maybe go to a new restaurant, maybe go to something that's connected to the arts or the theatre or something where there's lots of people and something that's very creative, because the Taurus energy does like comfort. It does like food too, and it likes sweet things in life, but it also likes to be entertained. It likes, it admires the beauty in things. So, go to something like that, go to a trade show on jewellery, something that's sort of different, something out of your wheelhouse if you're seeking love. Now, we also have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, has been sitting in Taurus for some time now. I've been talking about this for a matter of weeks now, where it's been conjunct Jupiter, the planet of opportunity and expansion and luck. Now, this conjunction or the holding hands situation is getting wider and wider by the day. Soon we won't have this in our orbit. Again, it's sitting in Taurus. So Uranus is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected. So it's like the bolt of lightning. It can strike out of nowhere. Now, Jupiter is the planet of expansion and opportunity, and that also means expanding waistlines. So be very careful here. If you are one of those earth signs, you could find at the moment you've got a really sweet tooth and really craving things that aren't necessarily good for us on a daily basis. Okay to have a treat, but it's not, shouldn't be the main focus of, eating things that we know that are overly sweet or not good for us. So we also have to be aware here, Jupiter is the planet of expansion and opportunity, but also Jupiter can take things away from you if it considers you're being too greedy. So you have to be really careful here. It is a balancing act. Yes, on one hand, Jupiter can bring opportunities and open doors for you that haven't opened previously, and it can happen suddenly because of Uranus. But if you lose sight of what you were actually aiming for, or you start to become greedy or doing it for the wrong reasons, then Jupiter will snatch it right out of your hands very, very quickly with the help of Uranus. So please be aware of that. Make sure things are in balance. We have Mercury, the planet of communication, is actually sitting in Aquarius at the moment. Now, this is a really nice place for Mercury to be sitting at the moment. No, Mercury's in Aries, I beg your pardon. And it's a really nice place for it to be sitting. So I want you to sort of understand that everything at the moment, as far as a communication level, is really sort of a positive time. It's like, let's make hay while the sun shines. We've got lots of opportunity to get messages out there, to get people to really listen to us and really be aware of what it is that we're trying to achieve in our lives at the moment. And that's a really, really good thing. Now, it's interesting because I feel that, with Mercury in Aries and it's conjunct Chiron, the planet that's the wounded healer, or what's known as the wounded healer in a chart, we have an opportunity for all the fire signs, particularly that's Aries, Leo and Sagittarius, to really be able to capture and sort of sort through any emotional problem, any baggage that we might have brought in from a past life. It's the time that we can have some very, very healing conversations with family and friends, and we need to be very aware of what's actually happening in our universe. So the opposite sign of Aries is Libra, so it's just going to wash over the other signs. It's sort of like a time of great healing. Communication can be the greatest healer if we really put our listening ears on and listen to what somebody else is saying, that their point of view is equally as important. Now, we have Pluto, the planet of transformation, has just gone into Aquarius earlier in this year, and it's going to be there for a very, very, very long time. So it's like we really need to be aware and understand what it is that's actually going on with Pluto sitting in Aquarius. Now, Pluto's trying to transform things. It's trying to ask us that we need to look at things through a different set of eyes. Sometimes we need to think outside the square. Maybe we need to look for different abstract solutions in trying to sort out life's problems. Now, the sextile here is to Mars in Aries. So it's a really interesting combination, because on one hand, you're being asked to be individual, be different, think outside the square, be bold, sort of look at how you can improve your life and improve the life of those around you. And then we have the sextile in Mars sitting in Aries that's sort of saying, hang on a minute, what about me? Because the Aries energy can be quite selfish, can be quite self-centered, but we need that too, because sometimes we need that motivation to get up off the couch. So I think as long as you've got one eye on other people around you and not looking at things in a negative, then I think that you can look at this in a positive way for what it is, that Pluto is trying to transform things in as much as the love that I'm going to give out to everybody, but also at the same time taking care of me. So we're going to take our first caller, which is Aubrey in Columbus in Georgia in the USA. Are you there, Aubrey? Hello? Are you there? Oh, well, looks like Aubrey's left us for the moment. I'll just keep trying to see if we can get Aubrey back. If not, I'll keep talking about astrology. So we'll just keep talking for a little bit. So, with Pluto in Aquarius, it's going to be there for 20-odd years. So we've got a long time to really sort of understand what is actually sort of happening there and what is actually happening. Is Aubrey there now?
Yes. Hi, I'm here.
Hi, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you, darling?
Not really, other than I just started a business and so far it's going well. Just wanted to know, what do you see in the future for this business?
All right. Really, really interesting, because as you were talking about it, and I know you said you've only just started, but what the universe was showing me or sharing with me was that there's still going to be some more changes to come with this. What you've started with isn't what we're going to end up with. It's like that's the beginning point, and I'm going to see you sort of maneuver things around and sort of jiggle things around until you get it to a point that you feel that this is it. This is really comfortable. So don't be too cranky with yourself that, if you started out selling oranges and you end up selling apples, it doesn't matter. It's the fact that you're having a go, that you're doing something that you're really passionate about, and I think it's going to grow and blossom with you. And sometimes, it's just that initial starting point that we need something to get off the ground. So does it have a creative flair to what you're doing?
It's cleaning, commercial properties.
Okay, I don't necessarily call that creative, but it may just be the way that you go about it. Have you got a different sort of system to other people? Have you got it to a point that you feel that you could replicate this?
Well, I received my first major contract last month, and I have to trust other people to clean it, and yes. I'm just having doubts that they may mess it up for me. Sure.
Oh, of course you are, because, that's the one thing, and it's the beauty of being self-employed, is that, we're so confident in our own abilities that we don't know that we can let the reins go and have, trust someone else to do it as well as we can. It was interesting because they showed it to me as a creative endeavour, and I've never thought of cleaning as a creative endeavour, but, maybe you're going to be creative in the way that you do it, that you're going to have a system that, like as you hire people to do the work for you, that you'll have a system that, this is what you follow, like the ABCs. This is how we do things. We have a set system. We have a set, way that we approach something. And I think by doing that, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't be the boss. You've got to be the boss. You've got to be the leader. But in a way that I think that you can make it sort of fun. You know what I mean? Like, instead of just giving somebody a plain piece of paper with this is your list of duties, maybe you can put a bit of colour on there and make it a bit it fun, you know, or a pretty picture next to it or something like that to lighten it up, that everybody sort of gets the feeling that this is serious, but at the same time we can have a bit of fun. We can laugh and sing, you know, while we're working if no one's around. You know what I mean? Make it a happy environment. And I think you'll get more out of your employees that way, or the people that are working under you. I think this is just the beginning. I think you're going to end up with a number of really big contracts, and that's what I could see. It wasn't going to, as it started out, isn't where it's going to finish, and it probably just started out with you and a couple of trusty helpers, and you're going to expand it out to be something that's going to become really big. I'm not saying that it's going to end up being a franchise, but what I'm saying is I think you're going to end up with more than one group of people working under you. You know, you'll have different groups of people on different sites doing different jobs, and it's just going to continue to grow. So keep going. I think you're on a winner here. You're making it fun, but you're also you're putting out there that what you do is very thorough, very professional, that, you know, the companies that hire you will be able to rely on you. And I think that's really important.
Yeah, true. Thank you so much.
You're very, very welcome. We're going to talk with Katie now in White River in Vermont. Are you there, Katie?
Hi, how are you?
Very well, thank you, Katie. Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
I guess just a general whatever you see. I didn't think of a question, to be honest.
No, that's okay. I always ask just in case there's something in particular that you've run into the show for, and I want to make sure that we get to that. Really, really interesting what they're showing me around you, Katie. It's sort of almost like the year has sort of almost come to a standstill for you at the moment. And I don't want you to panic by me saying that. What it means is I think you're actually a little bit ahead of the timetable that the universe had set down for you. You've been such a good girl and so diligent in, you know, what you had to achieve that you've actually ahead of time. So it's like, just enjoy this little bit of, you know, nothing time where I can just do as I please for the moment. It's only going to be for a week or two, and then things start to ramp up again. Are you looking at a new job, or have you been thinking about that? Because they're showing me sort of question marks around a job and around study.
Yeah, I am pondering a couple of business ideas.
Right. But they're showing me study connected to it. So I'm looking at, when they show me study, that to me means that there's something we've still got to learn or something we've got to explore. I'm not saying go back and do a university degree. I'm just saying if you've been pondering a couple of business ideas, is there something more that you need to learn? Sometimes when we sort of decide to go in business, we've got this great idea, but we have no business ability. Do you know what I mean? You know, we lack in that area, and that's why I think a lot of small businesses fail. Got a brilliant idea, but no idea how to run a business. Maybe that's the area that you need to sort of look at. You know, what are your skills in that area? What do you know about it? What do you know about, you know, any government compliance with a business that you might be looking to go into? They're all forms of study, because we've got to do the research. We've got to understand it completely, not just I've got this great idea. I'm not trying to talk you out of it. I think it's a great idea. I think more it will come together around August, September this year. It's sort of like we're slowly building towards that. Also, I want to say to you, was 2023, was that a really difficult year emotionally?
Last year, yeah.
Because they're showing me that we're not quite there yet. You know, like there's still a tiny little bit more we've got to let go of. It was sort of like last year, it was sort of like you really had to put your house in order, was how they showed it to me on an emotional front. It's like I let go of a number of things. I came to terms with some things I can't change. And it's like now I feel like I'm empowered now, and that's good. That's a really nice position to be in. Who's the dark-headed man? And I don't mean your love interest. Who's the dark-headed man that, I don't know whether you had a falling out with? It's like, I want to bring him back into your life. Who's that? You may not be able to think of it off the top of your head. Okay, but it is somebody that, I want to be very clear, it was never a love interest. I felt this man was older than you, but it was as if we've had a disagreement or an argument over something, and it's like we need to mend that fence. I don't know why, but they've shown it to me 3 times as being important. So I can't tell you any more than other than he had dark hair, and it was I got almost just a little bit of the side view of it. You know, I know it was a male, but I know he's got dark hair, and I felt he was older than you. So I'll leave that with you. That will come to you. Whatever that is, it doesn't necessarily mean that you've got to backtrack and turn around and say you were sorry just to mend the fence. It's like we've got to clear that for whatever reason. We've got to either make up with that person or clear it completely, because that's the final part of last year's letting go of sort of the emotional stuff that you were working through. And it's like that's the final piece to that. And then once we get past that point, it's like everything, we throw the doors open and the sunshine comes in. So have you got 2 ideas that you're looking at as far as potential business ideas?
Kind of like, yeah, I think so, but I'm trying to figure out if I should blend them, like if one leads into the other.
I don't think that's a bad idea. I think that's a very good idea, because I don't think they should be separate. I think somehow or another we've got to weave them together, even if we start off with one and then with the intention somewhere a bit further down the track when, money permitting, the right timing or whatever, we weave the other one into it. To me, it's not saying one's any stronger than the other. So it's not a matter of which one do we start with first. You'll know that on an intuitive level, which way we go first. And then we'll be able to weave the other one in, I think, somewhere in that first 6 to 12 months. And then I think we're going to weave in a third part to that. But that'll be a bit further down the track. So it's like slow and steady is going to win this race. It's not something that you can, jump out the starting gate 100 mile an hour. We've got to take this very slowly and make sure that we've got a good solid foundation underneath it, and make sure that we understand there seems to be a lot of complexity with rules or regulations behind this. Does that fit with what you're planning on doing? Yeah, because to me, I keep looking at
absolutely.
All this paperwork I've got to go through, like that's the hard part. That's the drudgery part. What you're planning to do is exciting, but it's like we've got to make sure that we've got this rock solid foundation underneath that nothing can come back to bite you. And that's really, really important. I think that's where they brought in the little bit of the study. It's going to seem like going back to school, going through the complexities of what needs to be put in place to get this off the ground. But I think it's a brilliant idea. Whatever it is, it's great. I think you're going to do very well with it. It's something that people are going to turn around and say, gee, I didn't know I needed it until I saw it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah, because a lot of people can say, oh, gee, that's a wonderful idea. Oh, I didn't know I needed that. And it's sort of like, we call it here in Australia the bush telegraph, but it's sort of like a word of mouth thing. Like this day, I suppose it'd be the cell phone telegraph. Everybody's going to get on their cell phone and say, oh, have you seen this and have you seen that? And, the social medias and things like that. So it's going to grow organically in that sort of way. It's a word of mouth situation that's really going to make it explode. But you have to make sure that we have this beyond a rock solid foundation. We've got to build it on granite, not on quicksand. So you've got to make sure that you cover all those bases. And when you think you've covered them all, go back and triple check that you have. I just don't want anybody to be able to come in and undermine you in any way, because there's always that risk. I mean, you can have a brilliant idea and somebody else gets jealous. It's just the way of the world. Yeah. So I want to make sure that everything is rock solid for you. But I know you're going to do really well, Katie. You're on a winner here, sweetie. So I wish you well with that.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much. That was so helpful. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome. But it's just such a great idea. Not that they showed me what the idea was. They just showed me the information around it. But to me, it was something that was going to be life-changing, like sliced bread. People are just it's going to become part of everyday life. And people can say, I didn't know I needed that until I got it. And it's a wonderful feeling. I mean, I think anytime you can go into business and, yes, of course we go into business to make money, but if you can go into business and change even just one person's life with what you're doing, that's the greatest reward. That's better than any money.
That is the goal.
Yeah, and that's what I see around this. It's life-changing, and people are going to be emotional and happy and thank you, and it's sort of like I can see people holding onto your hands, not wanting to let go, and saying you don't understand what you've done for me, you've changed my life. And that's the greatest reward. I mean, yes, we all got to have money, but that's the reward that you're looking for, and it's really beautiful, Katie. Been a pleasure to work with you. So isn't it lovely when you meet people like Katie and Aubrey, where they're starting to sort of embark on new journeys, they're stepping out of their comfort zone, they're going into business, and, you know, we need people like that. We need people with that pioneering spirit that are prepared to take a risk and jump into something and do something that they're passionate about, even if I didn't think cleaning was terribly creative, not in my house anyway. It's not one of my favourite chores, but, you know, there's people that we are passionate about things like that. And that's what makes the world go round. We're all different. We're all individuals. We all have something else that we get excited about, and that's what makes the world such an interesting and fascinating place. And, you know, it's really important, and it's nice to see such, you know, women stepping out of their comfort zones and really sort of stepping up to the mark and sort of saying, I can do this. And it's really special, and I think really special more so this week, as here in Australia, and I know in the US of A, it's Mother's Day on the weekend, and, you know, we have some really important role models out there. We have some wonderful women that are leading the world in many, many professions in many, many ways. And even if they're just a stay-at-home mum, that's a really, really important job too, because they're raising our future generations, and that's a really important role. And I think we underestimate what motherhood is really about and the role that mothers take. You know, they become everything, the chief cook and bottle washer and nurse and storyteller and, you know, everything. They're everything to a child, and we shouldn't underestimate that. So we really need to take the time and celebrate our mums while they're with us. And for those of you that have lost your mum, I understand it's going to be a difficult time, but you can celebrate your mum even if she's not here in a very, very special way. So this week I'm going to leave you with an extra special song that I really think is really fitting for all the mums. And even if you're not in our part of the world or in the USA where we're celebrating Mother's Day, it's still happy Mother's Day to wherever you are in the world. And I'm going to leave you with this beautiful Stevie Wonder song, Isn't She Lovely? So until next week, you are lovely. We'll see you then. Bye for now.